It is time. Hello, hello, welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition again. How is everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well, everyone. Hello, hello, hello. So I don't think I'll be streaming super long today. We shall see, of course, that's just how it goes. Last week I streamed as well, and we had a meeting that we were going to do at like 3, and then that ended up being kind of delayed. I thought maybe we might have had the meeting rescheduled for today, but I don't think that is the case. But just in case, I'm saying, hey, it's going to be a shorter stream today. And then that also gives me the opportunity if I'm like, kind of like, it's been a long kind of stream and the art is like taxing, as that can happen. I usually quite enjoy myself, but by the end of the stream, I'm pretty exhausted. But it lets me kind of like, you know, jump out and kind of like finish off some kind of smaller stuff I might need to kind of get through. I know that Andrew and I were talking about some minor kind of little HUD tune-ups that we were considering, so that might be a thing that I might try and get done today. I did mean to get it done this morning, but I didn't. So, oops. But yeah, good morning. Hello, everyone. I hope we didn't scare Dave away. No, I don't think that's the case. We've been kind of like, there's been some stuff we've been busy with, and it's just easiest sometimes if like Dave needs to focus on an element, I can just kind of easily jump in because I'm doing art anyways. Why not do it together? Plus, we were talking about the subject matter that we're working on today, last week, and so it's kind of fun to be able to kind of bring that forward. If you weren't here last week, we were discussing the potential of some base rewards for the Relic Hunter Season 8 coming. It's in the works right now. And we were discussing kind of like a potential kind of base idea for the Zokor zone of the Minotaur's Labyrinth. And basically, we were kind of like throwing a couple ideas back and forth, just really loosely getting your feedback on it. And one of the things that we kind of got was that we actually want to explore this interesting idea. And I don't want to like confirm exactly how it's going to work because I don't know how it's being implemented. I just know that we're trying something a little unique with this one. But basically, the idea, and again, this could change, so we'll see. The idea is that there is this kind of base that you could bring into Zokor that you can actually change its special ability. And so I hopefully am not going to, be in trouble for kind of like stating that without it being plugged in, but we're doing 2 pieces of art and it's going to be one base that controls it. So it's kind of in a sense, and I don't know how the flipping mechanic is going to work, but basically, how we have kind of like, there are a few traps. The golem generator is a good example of where it kind of has different functionality depending on how you've configured it. And so the idea is thematically, and this part I can at least talk about because we're going to work on it together. Thematically, it's kind of like you can have kind of like a super sneaky stealth mode where we're going to make the base look kind of like, it's dressed up like a ninja or something. I've done sketches for all these, so we're just working on rendering and modifying the sketch if we want to. And then the other one is the idea of kind of almost like a grand heist where basically it's this crazy, elaborate, loud, kind of ridiculous base that assists in stealing more quickly, and you have to get in and out quickly. So kind of like the ideas we were discussing last week of like, well, should the base kind of like extend your stealth in Zokor so you stay there longer and you hunt longer and you get more loot because of that? Or should it be kind of this idea where it like you speed through it quicker so you like get in and out fast so you can loop runs faster, Um, but you get kind of like the equivalent amount of loot based on kind of like the speed that you would have normally gotten. So if you take the kind of stealthy slow route, you would end up with more loot for the total kind of stealth you went in with. At least this is kind of like how I understand it might supposedly work. But again, this is Jacob, the artist, talking about it, not the actual code and implementation side of things. But basically, if you chose to kind of use the heist to do faster loops, you're less worried about kind of getting your district loot. And more so trying to like get bosses and catch them quicker. So this is like me like seeing the conversations, maybe kind of like chiming in here and there, and then not knowing all the internal discussion. And generally, I try to avoid kind of like having this much detail out there when I don't know as much as others about it, and if it is exactly working this way. So take that with the grains, the huge, massive grains of salt that came from the salt mines, and place that upon all of the quotes that come from me. Um, and that is how we'll deal with that, hopefully appropriately. But yeah, so enough of kind of like me rambling about speculations, because I know that I foster so much of that already in the community. It's good times. We love to kind of like ponder what is and what could be, and hopefully not accidentally deceive the players about what actually is coming. But yeah, basically the idea of a special base coming for Relic Hunter Season 8. And that's going to be a little more unique, and hopefully rewarding and fun. I know that like obviously not everyone's kind of like, oh man, I can't wait to get back into Zokor when we have like the floating islands ready to go for you all. And that's super exciting. And there's still stuff to find and explore. I think people are very close at this point, if they haven't already, at kind of reaching the second level of the pirate upgrade, and I'm interested to see that happen. But that should be pretty soon, so that's exciting stuff. Um, but yeah, so what are we doing today? We are rendering out the bases. We'll pull up the art in a moment. I'm just kind of looking at the chat, making sure I'm not missing anything. Hello, all around the world. We have a greetings from East Yorkshire in the UK. Hello, Jonathan. And then from Malaysia, hello, Chong. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of, I guess you could imagine the base is almost like there's two trap skins and they look, different. And then when you have the look of one, it kind of like acts a little differently. So hopefully it's not, overly confusing or anything like that. Um, I'm sure when it's actually implemented, it's a little easier to understand than someone just kind of spewing a bunch of information at you that is potentially unfounded. So my interpretation is what it is. Ellie Ultimate Base. Oh no. Infuses all abilities of all Ellie bases that have come before it. That's terrifying. It makes me think of we did a April Fool's joke several years ago, which was the Omni base, and it was basically I took every image of every trap, or sorry, not the Omni base, the Omni trap. I think that's what I said. We took every single trap and like made it like 10% opacity and just squashed them all into one image, and it was just this horrifying looking thing. But that was kind of the joke behind that. Hello to the Philippines. Hello, Nate there. All right. The worry with the stealth mode base is that it wouldn't give as much loot as just equipping the prestige base and having better catch rate, and that's a legitimate element about it. Obviously, people in the labyrinth who are kind of hunting there more actively because that's where they're at in the kind of quest line, they potentially don't have the prestige base at kind of an epic scale. And so for people who do have that prestige base at like very very potent base, which would make your catch rate wonderful, which allows the stealth to work even greater. For that person, if they have this specialty base from doing the Relic Hunter season and earning that, in that case, having the heist mode is ideal for them, because that means that even though they might have like a very good catch rate with the prestige base, perhaps the heist base allows them to kind of get a similar result but faster. And so if their goal is speed, then they can kind of like get ahead with that, and that's great. But if I suppose their goal is kind of the district loots, then yeah, maybe using that hard-earned prestige base is going to be more beneficial. And in that case, maybe this base is just a collectible item for them. And I think a lot of people do end up kind of getting those the Relic Hunter rewards as those kind of, because it's a collectible thing, they go away. They are kind of limited in that sense, and so even though I've collected quite a few of the Relic Hunter bases, I don't often use them. They're just kind of like things that I want to make sure I try and collect if I can. So that's kind of how they're kind of balanced. If they were like way too good, then it's also kind of like forcing people to have to do kind of like maybe content that they're not wanting to do. So it's an interesting thing to try and balance and get right. And so it's good to have feedback from you guys about all that. And we try and kind of make sure that it makes sense for everybody, or at least kind of the target audience. And so I think for a lot of people, those bases just end up being a collector thing anyways, especially with something like the prestige base, which legitimately is the way it is because of an error, because of basically a bug that we when it came into fruition, it just kind of solidified itself and made it so that it's not one that we can actually kind of like alter, and instead we've decided to kind of like, well, you know what, we're going to work with this, we're going to make it work, and like just this is an element of the game, and we can kind of work around this and kind of use that as kind of a milestone essentially. And kind of the new base in the floating islands is in place for people who get there and they haven't done their prestige base. It is balanced to allow you to kind of like be comfortable in that zone with this base while not having to spend potentially months in the Valor Rift before being able to enjoy that content. And of course, you could take that base and then go to Valor Rift, and there's all kinds of ways to do it and go about kind of like playing the game. And that's kind of the exciting thing about MouseHunt, is you can kind of like forge your own path, hopefully, and like it is a valid way to play. But yeah, basically, a lot of games that are really well done will actually have kind of like incredibly powerful tools that the players get, and that takes things to a whole other level, and that adds a lot of excitement. And so kind of like going forward with that base, kind of like taking things to another level, that just means that we just kind of like can kind of use that as an element to work with and kind of design around that. A lot of games I love, a lot of abilities are designed to be like OP and overpowered, and as long as things kind of like work in that space, it just means it's a little more exciting when you get those abilities and you get to kind of like use those tools, and it can just be fun. So number go up is often an enjoyable element. All right, well, I think I've rambled long enough. We're hitting that 15-minute mark of just Jacob rambles, so hopefully I didn't miss too many people's comments or saying hello to people around the world. But we should probably look at art. Okay, so the first one I have, and I want to get your guys' feedback on if this reads well, if we like this direction. But basically, I have here the kind of stealth base, and so I'll kind of like go over what this design is kind of intended to invoke. Basically, when I kind of got the case for these designs, it was kind of like, okay, well, heist one, I don't know, figured out, but for the stealth one, what about like if it's like thief or ninja or something like that. So basically, I'm kind of like trying to work with. I was looking at kind of like the original Thief game, and if you've ever played that, there's kind of like the hooded cloak and kind of like the soft clothing and that kind of stuff. I wanted to kind of give a an element of this base wearing kind of like uh, dark blue fabrics that are soft and kind of make little they absorb sound and stuff like that, and there's kind of like quilted kind of armor in the middle here, the just kind of the idea of trying to absorb sound, and maybe there's like back here kind of like some leather kind of strap to make it look adventure-y. And so yeah, could have made fog machines to make a smoky cover. I like that. That's a neat idea. As I actually had a thought, like, yeah, what if it did emit like a little bit of a fog to kind of obscure it? Um, and I think that I love that idea, but the challenge is there's so many traps nowadays that do actually cover over the whole base that it's hard to kind of like make that effective. That said, this is going to be for Zokor, so we're looking at kind of like traps specific to that. So I think it's okay because I think generally when you're kind of at this stage, you'll have kind of like the like infinite labyrinth trap or something like that. If I remember the name correctly, I always have my own internal names for everything, but basically that one kind of floats above the base, right? So it's less kind of covering over these edges of it. I guess that said, the traps coming out of the floating islands, if you did come back with that trap with this base, that might be a situation where there being fog coming off the base won't look right. But I think we can maybe add a little bit of a haze or obscure it like that somehow, and that could be good. So we can try that. And yeah, I think that that'd be good, especially because I want it to look like it's kind of like blending in. So because I don't know what the outside of the base is going to look like at all times, usually it's like white because that's just the backdrop, but then sometimes the trap adds, a backdrop for it. So it's hard to kind of like pick a color that's going to blend into all that. So I'm just going to make it blend with itself. So that's the stealth sketch, and I think we can kind of like work it as we go and maybe tweak it and push it and pull it. I'll talk about kind of like each little kind of like element about it, and hopefully we can see if that makes sense. Like this part here, I was looking at like the cover for Thief, where kind of like they have this kind of like mask and then the hood over top. And so I was kind of trying to capture that mask feeling there, and then this part along the top. I don't know if my cursor is the most obvious, but it's kind of my okay. I am. I'm not like looking at my streaming software and using my mouse over there. I'm actually in Photoshop with it. But basically, this was kind of the idea of the hood. I tried so many different versions of that, and none of them actually looked right or good. So we'll see if we scrap that or try and make it work, but who knows. And then for the heist one, this is kind of what I came up with. Every good heist has like crazy vehicle chase, so I added little wheels to the bottom. So it's like this little remote control base, perhaps. And then I was like, well, like they gotta like have this weird kind of like viewport, and that's where the cheese sits, and these panels that pop open, and maybe bright lights for kind of like you know um, seeing things, and like a rope kind of coil, and an alert, and all these panels, and some you know like data stream for the hacking moment in the heist, all kinds of, whatever knickknacks I could figure out to throw on there. If you guys have ideas, let's see if we can jam even more into it. But basically, I wanted it to be this, like Rube Goldberg feeling looking thing, where it's like there's just so many pieces that it's kind of like every scenario has already been thought of, and so they have these tools ready to go. Even like a speaker embedded in it to kind of like I want it to like feel obnoxious and noisy, so that it's the opposite, where it's kind of like, no, you're going crazy and loud and just like racing through this, pulling off this crazy maneuver, getting in and out as fast as you can, and that's kind of the representation I was going for. I don't know if it's effective. You guys let me know if this seems like, heist to you, but that's kind of the ridiculous idea I was trying to capture with that. Needs more flonky. All right, I'll bring the chat over. So that I can work on art and hopefully keep an eye on the chat. It's the thing I'm so good at. All right. Got some Larry link already. Thank you, Michelle. All right, let's set this on top and a little opaque, or a little translucent rather. All right, so you're on screen. Hello, Nico. What do we want to start with? And I guess first off, are we kind of like excited about these designs? Do we want to tweak them? I know obviously, like trying to render out 2 bases is already a lot for me to do on a stream, and it's going to be an interesting challenge, but I'm hoping I can do it. How haven't bases had wheels yet? You are so right. I think like just the wheels alone make it a heist base, right? Yeah, the little compartments, exactly. All right. All right. Maybe a tiny conveyor belt on there. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I feel like that's something that a heist would involve. The switcheroo button. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how the switching will work. I think it might be an element inside the HUD for when you kind of like when you equip your cheeses, it changes the stalker state. I think that maybe up in there we might have kind of like when you arm this base, it has an ability to switch it there. I don't know if that's what we'll do though, or ultimately if this is how it's going to work. I know that it hasn't been kind of implemented yet, so it could change. So I don't want to confirm that it is going to be a swappable base. It's possible it could just be 2 different bases or something. All right. But yeah, we do also have a different relic reward base as well. So, we tend to have 2, and I don't want it to be kind of like, well, all you get is Zokor stuff, in case people aren't interested in that right now. Yeah, the tire marks peeling out could be fun. And even if it gets covered by a trap, then that's totally fine. So I'll actually do that. Because the nice thing about the way it all works is as long as it makes sense that the trap is going to cover over it, I don't mind adding to a scene for the base, just because something on the ground level like this could totally easily justify that as kind of having the trap just smushed over top. Actually, I wanted to kind of give it a little more drift, because it's got to be in a crazy chase. There is no heist that has ever not had some kind of like crazy vehicle chase in it. Okay, no, that is a lie, but it's an element that makes sense to include. Probably should have just done that on a different layer, but anyways. So yeah, basically just kind of like, you know, I'll make that look better when I actually render it out, but the idea that there's these tire skid kind of like, you know, marks as it's speeding along should be fun. It'll be interesting when it's with a trap that's just kind of like standing behind it, like the Chrome Sphinx, I believe, just sits directly behind the base, and there's kind of the Monstrobot is kind of like some feet on the base and some feet on the ground. So it's just kind of like stepping on this, and like I guess it stopped it from moving or something, or it's being dragged along. Who knows? So it could be an interesting thing combined, but yeah, we'll see how it looks with other traps. It should be fun though. All right. Oh yeah, it needs some really shiny precious gold plating on it. We could do that, like, because I do want it to be a bit obnoxious, so having kind of gold trim. I'm sure a part of the heist involves having this fancy gold trimmed element, right? It works. So I think that could be something we throw in there. I feel like the thief one, this one here might be the fastest to kind of wrap up. So I think let's start with this because I want to like get it out of the way if we're kind of happy with where it is and what it kind of how it works, and then we can kind of like know how much time we have left to like work on the other one and try and get that just right. Plus that one seems like a ridiculous silly time, so I do want to spend as much time as is fair for it. So the nice thing about bases is they are relatively kind of fast to render once you have kind of like the sketch and stuff figured out, because it is kind of just this restricted size and dimension. So first things first is kind of like determining the right color for it. So obviously I want it to be something that, you know, like someone trying to stay hidden in the shadows would be kind of like utilizing. So it's going to be quite a bit darker in kind of tone because, you know, obviously if it's bright, it's going to you know, bounce more light. So in the shadows, that's not very useful. It's probably going to have low saturation. And then generally, you would have something kind of in kind of like maybe a neutral but cool tone. And that feels pretty decent there. I want to have a little bit of color in it. And I'm definitely going to hit it with enough light that you'd see it. You know, I don't want it to disappear and not actually be visible what you're looking at, because that's not fun for anybody. I think it's more important that it looks cool and tells a story than it is actually like an effective ninja kind of garb, especially since it's most likely going to be on this white background, and so suddenly it's the most high contrast thing that exists in the scene, and it just draws your eye to it as opposed to hiding. Yeah, Assassin's Creed tone. That's a direction that it could go in. I think, yeah, kind of like this. This feels like a fabric color to me, anyways. And that's kind of one of the elements I want to capture with it, is give it that feeling of the fabric. So maybe we'll grab a reference for kind of like So I'm gonna search dark. All right, so like soft cotton cloth, and just kind of like see how the light works on that, because I do want to get enough light kind of bouncing on it that I can show these different folds and you know, different kind of surfaces, different textures would be nice. But I do want it to make it look soft, so it looks like it kind of absorbs sound, and that if you're like, you know, running across a surface using this, it kind of like absorb a lot of the impact, and help with that. All right, not the best kind of results for that, but good enough. Let's see, cloth texture. All right. Sorry, I'm just looking in my other window. All right, but yeah, I think I want there to be kind of like loose kind of wrinkles, that allows it to kind of like look a bit softer, but maybe I'll have it be a little thicker, so that it feels like if the folds are kind of like slower, but can fold easily, it kind of implies that it's kind of a plusher, thicker fabric, because there's so much of it. It kind of like can't fold as kind of like, you know, just a thin crease on the material. If it's a thin crease on it and they're bunched up, it looks like as thin as like a t-shirt or something. But I want it to feel like almost like a plush kind of robe or something like that, that is just very, very soft. So that would kind of have bigger, chunkier folds, but also not really stiff. I don't know if that makes any sense, but that's kind of like a texture feel that I think might be useful for it, just to help tell this kind of story of why this is sneaky and good for not alerting your foes. So let's see. I'm going to have to give a little bit of kind of highlight on stuff, but I'll keep it low saturation. Maybe we'll go a bit warmer with that. So maybe something like that. And I'm going to use the layer above and clip that to this base layer. That lets me kind of render all I want, and then I can kind of easily erase if I go too far, or just kind of, you know, tweak that. So I'm going to start with these kind of bumps up here, and actually I ended up going darker. So maybe I'll start with using this as the shadow color here, because I think this is pretty light already. So maybe I actually want to start that dark and then add highlights to it instead. That might be an easier direction to go from. So right now I'm just kind of gonna add a little bit of roundness to each of these, and it might be a little too dark. I'm looking at my main monitor, and it does read differently from my two monitors. It's hard to calibrate them perfectly, but it also, if they're not exactly calibrated to each other, it gives me a better look of the image, for kind of like the general public as well. Since I don't do stuff for print very often, it's not as big an issue, because, you know, when something gets printed, it comes out one way, from that printer. But when I'm making digital art, to be consumed by, you know, who knows who, from, you know, who knows where with what technology, different monitors will display things differently. So being able to see kind of like how that might look on different monitors is actually kind of useful. So I think I did make that a little too dark. So I am gonna go maybe somewhere in between those two. because with this light I can see it clearly on both, and that's good. What I'm going to do is I'm going to brush over the bottom layer and then apply a fade to that, which just basically takes whatever I did with my last action, which was just painting over the whole thing, and then fade that action to be either, just totally wiped out, or all of it's there, or somewhere in between. So I feel like this is pretty dark. If I were to leave it like this, it's really hard to read. And then also because it's so dark, that's a lot of contrast against the kind of the white backdrop. A lot of the traps are also pretty bright, so I don't want it to go too dark. In fact, I feel like that's dark enough. So let's just take this, and instead of going adding shadow there, actually I could probably add that shadow here just fine. I'm using a light kind of texture brush because there's some metal bits and stuff, and the leather and stuff. It might be okay if it goes that deep into the shadows. But that said, I think I'm gonna lighten up on that. I worry that on certain monitors it's going to be so dark you just actually can't see it. And though that is what the base is supposed to do, technically speaking, I do want people to be able to appreciate the image. All right, so let's just lighten a little bit more. We'll go warmer, but less saturated. And let's see if this is in an okay spot here. Yeah, it's a challenge because certain kind of ways you render stuff, if you're not careful, it can kind of turn out different than you anticipate it. And that's always tough. But it's also not like extremely common to have happen. It's like certain colors and stuff like that just aren't as good on some kind of displays. Often kind of like purples are actually one of those things where the like technology might not be able to kind of like fully render it. So it's just kind of interesting to try and be aware of that. Okay, so I think the like crevices and stuff, they can go like quite dark. It's trying to absorb as much light as possible, so it's good that it's doing that. And then if it goes extra dark there and it's on a fairly dark background already, or a fairly dark kind of surface already, it goes it loses a lot of that kind of like potential detail. So having as much contrast as we can manage through just that value shift should help it read. And then that way it can all be in shadow, but it can still read, hopefully. So I popped it into grayscale because that's a good way to kind of see if it's actually reading based off of just how light and dark it is. And I think this is in an okay spot. I think there will be a few places where we add a little bit more light, a little bit more saturation to like give some nice balance on it. I just inverted that by accident. But yeah, we'll see as we go. All right, so too dark, can't see the details. Yeah, it's true. Velvet is soft and shiny. Yeah, and that's another thing, is it's going through my codecs to your guys' monitor over the internet, so it's pretty easy for it to mess up the colors even more. I like to try and post my art to my art page after, because sometimes that gives another kind of like fresh look at it where they can see it a little closer to what I had actually been working on. But even then, when I post it to Facebook, it compresses it in weird ways and colors mess up again. So, can never win, but we do our best. And being aware of kind of like those limitations helps, because we can hopefully avoid having things that just are not visible for some people. And it can even just depend on the time of day that you look at your monitor. If it's very bright with the sun coming in, that can actually make it harder to see. The gamut, when it's very low, it's giving out very little light from that spot on the monitor, and if everything else around you is too bright, your eyes will kind of adjust to the environment and let less light in overall. Because it's so bright, your eyes are kind of like, no, we don't want to get over exposed from all the light. That's, it could be damaging. But that also means that you're letting in less light from your monitor. So that can be why when you're outside with your phone, and you're walking, or you just stop and you look at your phone, and it's a bright day out, it can be kind of hard to see. You have to turn up the brightness on your phone. But then at night, when it's dark and your phone is full brightness, it's like, oh, please, you have to turn it down, right? So that's kind of one of those elements as well. And who knows how anyone's monitor is calibrated. They're out of the factory, generally decent nowadays, but they can kind of lose their calibration over time somehow. I don't know why, but that is the thing. We actually have kind of a special calibration thing that you plug into your computer, and you sit it on top of the monitor, and it has this special camera, and basically it runs through this calibration system where it turns on all of the pixels and sets it to kind of a color that it's supposed to be, and then that camera reads the color it's actually getting and adjusts the profile of the monitor. And so that's a thing that people who do kind of what I do, or stuff for print, they need to use a tool like that to make sure that it's as close as they can get it. And what's interesting is I use that, and I always kind of dislike the profile it gives me. It has this kind of darker, kind of, it doesn't feel as vibrant as kind of the default, right? So it does change it a lot. And the thing is those are often kind of accurate to printing stuff. So the CMYK color space and photography and stuff like that, because a lot of professionals that use those print up stuff for magazines or books or whatever, and so it needs to work in that space. And so it kind of takes light from your monitor that is representing an image, and then kind of calibrates it to match what those colors would be in a print space. So it's, when you look at a magazine or whatever is printed, it's not giving you that information by spewing out the light. It's having light come in and bounce off of it. So the way that that kind of color spectrum works is different from a monitor. Monitors and stuff like that, it's an additive kind of light principle where you add more colors together and you get closer to pure white, which is kind of the blend, an even blend of each of the kind of color wavelengths. And then when you have print and stuff like that, it's subtractive. You have white pure light hitting that and absorbing those colors, and then kind of what gets bounced to your eyes is kind of almost an inverse in a way, but it's not. But yeah, it's just kind of, it's interesting because there's such different realms, and there's so many similarities, but trying to get them perfectly balanced is such a hard thing to do, because everyone's technology is different. It's used different ways. What I do, the calibration tool isn't quite the right tool necessarily, because I almost need to have a calibrator that calibrates my monitor to look as bad as everyone else's that don't have it calibrated, you know, like so I can kind of like get an idea of like, yeah, this looks good on a nicely calibrated monitor, but how does it look on a, you know, regular monitor out of, you know, a shop? Because that's what it's for, you know, it's supposed to be viewed by anybody. So had enough Jacob rambles yet? We've only just begun. One of the fun things about the Thief from the game Thief in its design is its mask has kind of this like more kind of silver band right here, and I thought that was kind of a neat design element. So that's kind of what this piece here is. So I'm gonna kind of like change the hue on that to kind of like make it feel like a different material. It is slightly shinier, so I'll get a little bit of kind of like specular light kind of on just that edge, and then we can like make the material have a little bit of maybe kind of wrinkle to it or something like that, and that should help it kind of like read against the other kind of layers of this. I don't know. This is going to be interesting because there's just so much little subtle stuff we can push and pull, and most of the time it might not look like enough. So we'll see if you can hear Wash dreaming very loudly from the couch. It's very cute. He snores and such, and then like has barks. There he goes. He's barking away. He's so cute. What a good boy. Yeah, there are people who think that dogs don't dream, or that they can't look up or walk backwards. Don't know where that information came from, but I feel like anyone who has dogs as pets can easily debunk such a theory. He's a stressed little boy. Seems to have sad dreams where he barks sadly. Poor guy. And then like we'll wake him up and he like will look at us and be like, oh, "You're still here. Oh, good." Poor guy. All right. So I think I'll actually knock the sketch down quite a lot because the way I did the sketches, I added a bit of shading to it, and that will affect how the rendering works. That's kind of annoying. I need to try and not do that too much. Okay, one of the other things is I need to make sure I'm not kind of getting the dimensions way off. So this is my channel kind of window here, and I made the base file with kind of like these cutouts where I can basically grab. So this is the whole thing selected. This is just the top. This is just the side. This is just the front, and it allows me to easily kind of like surface those. I can make a selection of it and then come back in and kind of, you know, tweak without having to kind of worry about, you know, referencing another older base to make sure that it has the same dimensions. I can just use this template. So that's useful. Yeah, I'm probably gonna try and push this further. One of the things I should probably do pretty early on with rendering this is to have like the leather accent. I purposefully designed a large portion of it to be kind of like this wrapped leather, because a lot of kind of interesting designs around stealth and stuff, they often have kind of like some soft leather gloves or like wraps or stuff to kind of like, you know, bind the stealth gear to them, and so I wanted to kind of capture that in here as well. So I'm going to do that as maybe a layer above. And I think I'll use kind of a bit of a different color for it, just so that there is some interesting kind of differences in the design. So we could go for kind of like maybe just a brown leather, and then we'll block this in. We'll do like a quick silhouette of this just so we have the shape, right? And then we can kind of like adjust it, right? Make it kind of match the design better. So I'm just gonna quickly block it in. And this can also really help when you're rendering something. If you have bigger shapes and kind of design elements, it's probably best to try and kind of block those in before you get caught up on details throughout it. Like, I was kind of getting a little bit too caught up on this front detail. I don't even know if I like it. I kind of have considered just scrapping that and trying something different because I wasn't sure if that worked. But if I have kind of like more of the image kind of like laid out so I can see what's happening, it's easier for me to know if it's off or not, right? Oh, now this is going to be a challenge because the sun is starting to kind of creep in here, and this is the difficulty of having your desk at a south-facing window in the kind of morning, afternoon in the fall. I get some very direct light, and it's a problem around this time of day. Thankfully, my main monitor here is pretty strong, and when I'm working on my tablet, the Huon, it's not as kind of bright as the main monitor, so I do actually get that effect where I can't see it as effectively. But thankfully, because I have my setup, I have kind of like a pretty good monitor here. I can look over, and it's much easier to see my image. Usually it's not a huge problem, but if I am working on something with very low contrast and it's quite dark, it's more of a problem. Like right now, this is impacting me more than most streams that I've done where it gets so bright. I'm like, it's too bright, but like I can barely see this. But over here I can actually see what's going on. So there's a little strap here on this corner. I thought that was kind of neat. Kind of makes it, I don't know, like to me, having these kind of leather kind of parts makes it feel like an adventurer's kind of equipment. I enjoy that, and so I wanted to try and kind of capture something like that. You're sneaking into Zokor with your rogue, and so might as well have the base of it kind of represent that. All right, so that's kind of like the leather portion that I was thinking might look neat. And it helps break up the shape in an interesting way. It's asymmetric, which is kind of fun. Some of the bases that we do are kind of not really, they don't push that element. Like, they certainly are asymmetric most of the time. But this one, I don't know, it's kind of neat to me. It almost feels like when I created this shape for the leather, I kind of was thinking like, kind of makes me think of like a leather glove. And that's the inspiration for the leather that I had in the first place, was like seeing kind of like, different images and references of kind of like a thief character or ninja or rogue or whatever. They would have kind of like leather gloves, like always. That's or kind of like wraps of some kind. And I needed something to help break it up anyways. So that was kind of the idea there. I also have like a metal strap across the top, and I kind of thought maybe that is representing like a lock pick or something like that. I don't know why. I just wanted to like have something that kind of went across, and we can ditch this if we don't end up liking it. But when I was kind of sketching it out, I threw it on top, and I decided to keep it. Try and get a nice straight band around there, and just, you know, to kind of help it feel like a piece of metal, having it kind of be this, you know, clean line should help with that. And of course the challenge of something like this is if it is actually sitting on top, it would wrap around, you know, like that. It would stick out. And one of the restrictions of the bases, and this makes it extra challenging, is it needs to have the same, or very effectively the same, shape as it always does, because the traps sometimes kind of like sit over top of this and are drawn to be behind the base here. However, trap layer is always on top of the base layer, and that means that if I had, like, you know, the Monstrobot leg, kind of like, it's weird because it has smoothing on it. If I had like the monster, or a, you know, some kind of leg standing behind it, it's overlapping this part, which honestly is not going to be a big deal. It just looks like it's pinched it down there, and that's fine. That's a sketch. Oops. Ignore me. So it's okay if it kind of bumps out a little bit, but I am going to try and bring it down just a bit. Yeah, the key will be not making it look like a couch. You are right, because it currently has that kind of plush, soft, you know, like leather strap. This is kind of like those armrests or something like that. That's funny. I didn't even think of that. I like it. You know what? It just adds to the illusion. Hey, what's this couch doing in here? Oh, there's some cheese on this. How lovely. And they like go up totally unsuspecting that it's actually a trap. So who knows? Maybe it works. But yeah, good point. I don't want it to look like a couch. All right, but yeah, basically, these kind of like are supposed to kind of look like that that padding on some armor, because again, I'm going for that adventurer feel. Yeah, exactly. Getting stuck on couches is like, you're happy to get stuck on a couch, right? That's what we want this to do. All right, so I'm going to use this layer for this metal over here too. I decided to kind of have a couple of places where there'd be a little bit of metal banding to kind of just add a little bit of interest to it. This is ever so slightly Naruto inspired, if you'd believe that. Not quite like just the original idea of like, what if I had kind of like a metal plate, and you know, all I'd need to do is add kind of like the leaf, just kind of, what is it, like this? Now you get it, right? Something like that. But that's kind of like the very loose inspiration for that, and it's changed kind of like since then. But just so you have that, because why not? Why not let you into my strange brain? So basically, yeah, like that's kind of needs stuff to make it interesting, make it feel like it kind of has some cool capabilities. And so it's not just this weird cloth wrapped thing completely. We'll add some elements that feel like it belongs sneaking through a dangerous labyrinth. All right, so I think those are, oh, actually, I do also have these kind of buttons here. And I'm wondering if I want to have them also be kind of a metal, because it's kind of like rivets or something like that. They're kind of what would be kind of used to kind of put this thing together, perhaps. I imagine there might be one over here even. Might change the leather to kind of fit around that. Let's see, I'm going to turn off the sketch for a second because I want to check these ellipses, because this is kind of a surface that is completely vertical. The ellipses should be the widest at those kind of outer sides, which I think they look like they're mostly that way. This is one of those kind of like elements that doesn't necessarily make the most sense when you're kind of trying to apply it. Ellipses are kind of like interesting like that. But if you follow those rules, where basically if you have kind of any you know, cylinder or something like that, if like the end of the cylinder or the ellipse or whatever is perpendicular to its kind of length or whatever, or I guess the direction that its face is pointing, it should be kind of like a 90-degree angle from that direction will be its widest points. So you can see here that those are kind of the widest points. And a lot of people will kind of accidentally mess that up. So like I've done this plenty, where you have kind of like your base, and then you're like, oh, I'll make the ellipse match this look here, right? So if I made those the longest point, it kind of looks okay, you know, kind of doesn't look too weird. But if I were to kind of like apply the same rules, that would mean that this surface is actually like pointing kind of at this angle as opposed to this angle, right? So it's kind of like angled up. And that's not very obvious when you're kind of drawing. So like the correct way to draw those here would be an angle like that, right? And it looks better, but you may not kind of even realize the difference between these two. And so that's kind of one of the interesting things that I think is kind of neat, but not super clear why. But being able to kind of like visualize it as a cylinder, like a long kind of pipe or something like that, and then imagine how that, if you just took like just a two-dimensional slice off that whole pipe, you know, that's why it has that kind of angle. So even though it's just kind of a flat disc, you need to kind of like think of it as if there's this pipe running through it, and then imagine what that kind of angle of that is, and then make the ellipse longest at that kind of, you know, 90-degree angle to it. So random art lesson, I guess. You're welcome. Hopefully that wasn't too obnoxious. All right. Ooh, are we talking about Pantones? Definitely have some artists here. Hello. Yeah, I guess that's from a while ago when I was talking about kind of the different colors. You're welcome. I suppose maybe I can teach her. All right. These ellipses are kind of, they might not even be following that rule too well. Like this one kind of feels like these are just sketches, and I know that I kind of will clean it up when I get to those anyways. Kind of like what I did here. Although this one feels bigger than that one, and it's even closer to us, so it should be just, if anything, a little larger because of foreshortening. Right. Yeah, because the further away it gets, you know, obviously perspective kind of play into it, right? So it gets smaller as it goes further away. Whereas this one's technically closer, so it should be slightly bigger as opposed to smaller. And then these should be kind of in descending order like that, right? If they're all the same shape, of course, that's another thing about it. If they're meant to be different sizes, then that's a whole other thing. All right, but yeah, I don't need to waste a lot of time on that. It's not super important. So this one does feel a little small now that I zoomed out. It's not a very clean shape, but hey, maybe it's all handcrafted and imperfect. I'm also going to erase away a little bit so that there's kind of like these folds kind of wrapping up around. It's kind of like hammered down into there, right? So this is kind of smushing around. Probably should have used a clipping mask to do that in case I didn't like the shape I created, but it's easy enough to paint it back in. All right, well, I think that covers the leather and metal elements. I wonder if I should just actually try and flatten that out even more. That's fine. I'll leave it. Leave it with it flattened just a little. There's just a hint of it kind of poking over and breaking that silhouette, which is nice. As long as it doesn't cut in, especially because of what we've been doing with the traps recently, having kind of like this entire environment around it. If it cuts in at all, then suddenly you have this weird gap of white that just suddenly appears, and that looks not great. So it's okay to kind of like come outside of this base silhouette, but cutting into it is not going to work anymore. We used to do that with a lot of bases, and I've talked about this before. But yeah, I gotta avoid doing that. So here we have the leather, and I think let's get just kind of a lighter kind of surface on it. And that'll help make it more 3D. So this is a bit saturated. It's a bit kind of, yeah, I don't like how kind of very red and tan it feels. Maybe I do want to go kind of a bit darker. The shadows here. Still, like, trying to make it feel leathery is an interesting challenge. I just want to make sure that the shaded side feels distinct enough from the lit side. So maybe we actually go very dark for the shaded side, and it's very saturated, and that kind of feels leather. Like, I don't know. Leather has a bit of a shine to it often, and I think I'll need to kind of capture a bit of that. Plus, like, it has like wrinkles and stuff, and that'll help define the texture when I kind of introduce a bit of that. So that should be cool. And I'm also picturing this leather is kind of bolted on top of everything else below it. So that kind of adds some interesting dimension. We don't often have bases that are kind of like a bunch of layers of stuff over top of each other, and it's hard to do, but that is one of the things I apparently decided I wanted for this base, where it's just kind of wrapped in multiple layers of material. So like here you can actually see there's kind of like the mask over top of this layer, which is over top of that layer, which is over top of that layer, and over top of this. So there's kind of like 5 or more layers of whatever this sneaking kind of fabric is. And then, you know, the banded leather over top of these kind of straps over top of another material. Who knows? I just feel like, hey, if I need to dress up an inanimate object to be sneaky, I guess I'll just wrap it in a whole bunch of different materials, and that tells that story, I guess. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I feel like maybe that's okay. We'll see if it works, though, ultimately. For the metal over here, I'm going to go quite a bit darker, but I am also going to make it a bit cooler. Because above I'm kind of adding some warm light onto it, And then I'm going to have the shadows be a bit cooler. So that metal kind of blends in as it should. And then maybe it does have some highlights, but those are kind of more from a full moon or just the atmosphere, the dark, the shadows, just so that you can read it a little better. That's probably even too bright. Knock that back a bit. So, all right, let's try working on the straps back here. Why not? Now, what we could do is we could do kind of like a pass for the material underneath and then do a pass for the straps above, or I'm thinking maybe we just do a pass for the straps and then we adjust the base kind of layer here, and that is whatever this material is. Or at least then we can just throw one in between and make that work. So this is, I'll just do a new layer, save myself the headache if I need to completely change that kind of banded fabric area. The padded, whatever, studded fabric. I don't know the terminology, because I think it's like studded leather is kind of like the leather with, it's kind of bolted together, and then quilted fabric is kind of, I guess, panels sewn together, whereas this is kind of like that kind of like plump and plush padded fabric, and then kind of like bolted down in areas to kind of like keep it from just getting out of shape, and uniform that way. So I don't know what that one's called. Padded cheese holder zone. Good point. I actually haven't really kind of taken a good look at where the cheese goes. And this is kind of interesting. Some cheeses I had painted a bit of a shimmer of it kind of reflecting itself on the base, and it shows up extra well because it's so dark, for the nutmeg anyways. But we are using probably, is it glowing Gruyere? Is that the cheese? I'm trying to remember the name. Yeah, it's like probably be using glowing Gruyere in there, right? Which, trying to find the actual trap image if it's different. Because there's some cheese from earlier where we had a different illustration for it on the trap versus it in your inventory. And we decided to stop doing that at a certain point to save ourselves time. But a few of them, I think we did end up kind of like making a trap version that's different. So I'm trying to remember if the glowing Gruyere, actually I suppose I can just open up MouseHunt and arm it. That might help after I sound my horn. Oops. All right, glowing Gruyere. Search. Yeah, okay, so it's the same, and it does appear to have like a little bit of a green glow, but it's also glowing Gruyere, so it's okay if it has a bit of a shimmer. I think that's acceptable. Let me earn my proper cheese. Very good. All right, so I should probably import glowing Gruyere as an image and place it just so that I'll have that match the scene, because I think that if you're able to bust out this base, you're probably gonna have your glowing Gruyere ready to go as well. I don't think I illustrated the glowing Gruyere though, so let's see if I can grab that proper file from a repository. The challenge is if it was named correctly. It was not, or at least it wasn't updated in our kind of repository where basically we upload the artwork and then that gets plugged into the game. A lot of the time we don't go back to the original art case and tweak its name to kind of match. And it's really only an issue when we have to kind of jump back and grab a piece. And normally what I'll do is I'll just ask the artist to give me the asset. I think I do have it on my computer. I do not. Alas. Alright, well, I'm going to give myself a couple more seconds of looking, seeing if I dig it up. Ooh, maybe cheese. Because it wasn't even introduced with Labyrinth, so I can't like search in that section. It was before that. Oh, I think I might have found it. Uh-oh, broken images. Ha, found it. All right, good. We did end up naming it correctly. I think I just searched the wrong terms or something. Copy, no, cut, and then move to cheese. Paste. All right, now I can import that here. Place embedded. Content, cheese. Where are you? I really got to spend like a day or two just organizing my old files. It's a mess, absolute mess. I just put it here. Why can't I find? Oh, I'll search by image. That's much easier. There you are. Nice. All right. So, glowing Gruyere, welcome to the party. It doesn't need to be exactly the right place, but close enough that I have kind of an idea of what it should look like. It's maybe a bit smaller. What did I do? I just deleted it. There we go. All right. So we have our glowing Gruyere now. It looks okay there. Because it's glowing and bright, it actually helps tell that story of the base being kind of much more hidden away. Actually, I'm kind of curious to see how this looks with the, should probably group these. Beef base versus the heist base. See, that's going to look fun right there, I think. Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. All right. Let's try and wrap this one up. So I think that it might be possible to kind of have this rendered by 1 o'clock, which is when I'm going to go on lunch, which is pretty decent. Certainly fast, but I believe in us. We can do it. Yeah, it is a nice spot on the high space. I actually really like it there. All right, so the leather, we'll leave it for now. This is the kind of padding and hood there. I'm going to do the wraps here. And let's just try, actually maybe these, this material here where like that kind of band on the hood would be a good wrap kind of texture. That might be interesting. And then the under material would be kind of like the softer fabric that's below it. I have a message. Let me just double check that. Chat. Okay. Good, good. I think we're all good. All right. All right. So I'm just going to lock this in really quick, and then we can adjust it as needed. I'm using The smoothing brush again, that can be so annoying if I'm trying to kind of quickly fill in something. Because if I zigzag back and forth, which I do a lot, it doesn't kind of like reach that full kind of line. Alright, it's kind of hard to see what's happening because it's practically the same color. But in a moment, I should be able to kind of change what's below it, and we'll be able to see that much better. I will use the smoothing for this line. So I am not a steady hand. This helps to kind of draw nice, clean lines when you need them. Just not good for filling in an area. Back to the smooth. It gets a bit thin up there for some reason. Oh, it's Charlie meow time. She's a very weird cat. She'll just like go into the bedroom at a certain time of day and just like meow at a wall. And that's it. That's what she does. I don't know if you can hear her, but she's just singing away. All right. So I am going to darken behind that. And I'll use a textured brush for this. Actually, let's try heavy texture. I'll just erase it where I don't need it right now. So that at least kind of makes it a little more visible because the texture, it feels a little bit more maybe cloth-like. And then, let's see. Yeah, it means there's a ghost when your cat does that. That's right. She just hangs out with her ghost friend and chats with them. That's nice. She's got friends. All right. So we could maybe try like a different layer effect for this to see if we kind of like. I kind of like it being a little more saturated, I guess. That'll help kind of pop out the differences in the color between the two materials as well. So you know what? I'm going to just use hard light, I guess, because I like the color it gave. And we'll go quite a bit darker over here. Because I don't need any information there. I don't need it to kind of read super clearly, but it does kind of help pop things out nicely. Cool. All right, and then I can also bring that over here, but that's on a different layer now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to erase everything that's not that material and just redo it in this layer. So I can keep each of the layers as like a different fabric type. That might make it easier to manage. As we continue. All right, so now I'll darken that quite a lot. Very good. And then maybe something in between. So if I go normal, grab that color, and go back to, what was it, hard light? Yeah. Back to that. Now I can paint under that layer too without worrying, and just kind of add some nice kind of dark shadows right at those edges, and maybe even introduce a wrinkle in the corner. So I don't know if that reads at all for you back home, but I can see the difference, so hopefully that carries over, and then I'll add a bit of a cast shadow just on those edges where we can see underneath, just to add a little bit more dimension between them. It's kind of a little bit of a cast shadow effect, right? Also, kind of overpainted a little in a few places, so I'll clean that up too. Gets a bit thin compared to here, right? Just need to thicken that up just a little there. Try and make this look like it's continuing on behind. So I want to carry that shape, preserve its dimensions. Alright, so maybe that worked. It's so dark. It's very hard to make sure it's going to read well. So maybe if it didn't go that dark, but then these straps were lighter, that might be good. Try going a little bit lighter at least. It's always good when you're kind of like not sure what direction you want to go with things. You can always kind of like purposefully go too far with it and then pull it back, and then you'll know if it was far enough in the first place, right? Because if you don't go too far, you'll never know what too far actually looks like, and then you might be too cautious and not take it far enough. So if I were to really lighten this up a lot, let's say I wanted to kind of get that silvery metal, not metal, but like ribbon kind of look to it, I could maybe go over it with something more like this, right? And that's quite bright compared to what I would want out of it, I think. But now, if I bring in my fade tool, I can pull it back. So this is what it was. This is way too far. But I can drag it back and forth and find where I'm happy with it. So if it was this light here, I think that's actually not too bright. It's still very muted compared to a lot of other stuff, right? So this is pretty knocked back. But then that means that the kind of the material directly behind it could be kind of lightened up a bit too. Actually just realized that the shape feels very odd. I feel like this ribbon here needs to come out over there, because it should be kind of matching the same pattern. It was not. So that fell off. Alright, you know what? We also haven't done this yet. Give it a flip. Always good to kind of give a fresh perspective on it, help us see it more clearly. Alright, so what we can do is I'm actually just going to merge this down to the base, because it has like a special layer property, and to try and like get the color exactly and work with that, it can just be annoying. And I don't mind if that is on the base layer. It's fine. I'm going to merge stuff eventually anyways. So I'm thinking what I want to try is just lightening this up a little bit. Like, how would it look with extra saturation? And let's use this texture. And let's also grab just the top selection, so I am working where I need to. I'm just hiding that. Just a little splash of kind of lighter color. I don't know. I'm bringing it onto the hooded area here. Right here. I don't know what this underneath should be. I was originally kind of like being like, oh, that's the thief's face. It's just like, well, it's a base. Why would it need a face? So maybe we'll just leave it as kind of the same material. It's just layers upon layers of it or something. Yeah, Charlie's definitely seen it. Can you hear her? She's hanging out with her ghost friend. I feel like should the padded kind of fabric be a different material as well? Let's see. Yeah, I was thinking of like the eyes glowing from within the kind of section there. We could try it. I don't know if it's too weird, but maybe it works. Why not? Why not give it a shot? But at any rate, there is significant contrast on it now, like where you can actually kind of like, hopefully, see the differences between kind of the materials and textures. And I think that's important that it reads. I don't want it to just be completely lost. So I think I will pull this down a little bit more. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use my luminosity brush, just grab how dark I want it to go towards, and then just kind of brush over the whole thing. So now it is kind of significantly darker. And now again, use my fade to find that sweet spot. So that's where it originally was. And now I want them to still be distinct from each other, but closer together, just so that it's not like drawing your eye to it. So something like that seems pretty good. And let's take a look at that with the color. That's fine. You know, they're nice and close together, but they don't blend together yet, which is good. All right, so I think I need a little bit darker on the edge here, so you can see that it's kind of wrapping around, right? That seems good. Okay. This layer could go below. Made a mess with a few of these layers here. This one especially. Good now. Okay, so it's quite dark still. That's probably what we want, though. So the front of the base, maybe we deal with that right now, because I don't know what this is going to be. I feel like the padding still needs some resolution, and then just a little bit of texture and maybe a little extra light quality on the leather, and then the banding, just a little bit more detail, maybe a little texture down there, and I think we'll be in a perfect spot with this base. So first things first, I think what I'm going to do is make the inside of the base here quite dark and kind of masked, right? So it's kind of sunken in, hidden. Maybe it actually looks like there's just this hole or a void or something like that. So you don't see that edge definition there. And then, yeah, if we wanted to, we could add kind of like these like stalker glowing eyes or something like that. I'm using my luminosity brush. Something like that, if we wanted. Might be neat to reference the stalker in the area, but the thing is, I don't think it's going to interact with that character at all. So maybe it's best to avoid that specifically. Because that could, you know, add confusion if people are like, oh, this should interact with that character, shouldn't it? Don't want that. All right, so then this portion here is going to be quite a bit darker. I might actually start to merge some stuff because I'm running into those scenarios where it's like, oh, this overlaps that and that overlaps here, and they kind of like end up needing to kind of like swap back and forth, and it makes it a bit of a pain when you're trying to go back and forth between them, which would mean these two layers here would merge. I think I can get away with not merging them yet. It's probably best not to this early on, just in case. I'm getting some weird kind of like, because I was using this layer to do a little bit of scribbling, so I kind of accidentally have some lighter parts where I don't want them. I think I might have caught them all at this point. All right, so basically I'm just trying to like build up these. Oh no, there's more. Let's get rid of these. Don't know why I decided to paint them in. I already had it on the sketch layer. So there's like a bunch of these kind of overlapping layers, which is kind of fun, if I can make sure that works well. Yeah, the way the lighting on the bases generally works is the light on the top of the base is stronger than the front and the sides. And now I'm at a point where I think I've gotten so dark that a lot of monitors are going to have a lot of trouble viewing this, so I gotta make sure that it lightens up a bit more in enough places to kind of help show that edge. But the lightest point on the base is like this outer like top edge itself. So since we do have kind of like this maybe velvety soft fabric, we could give it some nice kind of highlights just at very specific points. You know, so like right on those edges, and this will really help kind of like create the definition it's lacking. And even though this goes against it trying to be stealthy, it'll read a lot nicer, it'll look a lot nicer. So I think it's worth it. And hey, it doesn't operate perfectly, so it's okay, it has a few design flaws. And it helps kind of like define the texture of the material too. Try not to go too crazy with the highlights. In fact, I think I'll take most of this away here. So I'm kind of trying to make this feeling of all these fabrics overlapping and there being kind of almost a hood, but I feel like maybe to have gotten that better, the hood should have gone right to the edge of this, and then like there just be this kind of void in the middle with this kind of band being right at the bottom. We could try that. We could try just kind of shifting all this to the front. That might work better. Maybe we do that. Maybe that's what we need to do. Because I do like the idea of that feeling like it is the thief hood. So what is the best way to go about doing that? Let's see. Okay, if I move this down to like way down there, it might be enough. Let's just try this. Actually, you know what? Let's do the smart thing and duplicate these layers. Sorry for all the layers that were merged. Alright, so we have backups just in case that doesn't work. Alright, I'm going to move this down. Wrong layer. I'm going to move this down to like here. Sure. Alright. And it's interesting because we actually unknowingly was kind of like using the layer below to kind of get that look. So then I guess we'll also want to grab this and move this down. Interesting. Okay, I see what's happening. Okay, and let's just darken this so I can kind of like have a better idea of how this should look as I work on it. Should go to there. Sorry if this is odd and not really kind of making much sense right now. Hopefully it does when I manage to get it to look acceptable. Okay, so now I want to just move the hood itself here up to kind of like the front. So we'll see if this works. Yeah, so now it looks like it's kind of got a little viewport, I guess, that it's peeking out of. I don't know if that's working. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. I would like your input. More cloth layers to the whole, yeah. I think this will have to overlap here. I'm just going to erase this right now. I can add that back in when I need it. Right. So I'm wondering if it should have this kind of like feel like it goes further back. Let's see if this makes sense. Maybe a thin clasp of leather or metal. Yeah, I think that might be important to kind of like help add that clarity. I'm actually going to turn off the sketch because that's messing me up a bit. It's adding too much detail that I don't want to be there. So if there's kind of a little more fabric definition now, you can at least maybe see what's going on with that. what? I'm just going to merge that down to this layer because I need to make them work back and forth a lot. Okay, this, I don't think it's going to work how I want it to. Like, what if, because the thief has a bit of a kind of like peak to the hood, and then maybe there is kind of like those layers in here that I thought looked kind of cool. I don't know if this is necessary for the design, but kind of like, yeah, I don't know. Looks like Raven. I mean, that's good. That's kind of the effect that I want the hood to have, where it has that kind of like hood kind of peak kind of wrapping forward. And if hey, if it looks like Raven, great. I'm fine with that. That's basically the design that I want it to invoke. Yeah, maybe like some kind of strap on the side or something like that might look neat. Looks like the spellbook base, the blue version. I mean, that's good. I'm okay with that. I think it's just like trying to get this front part to be a shape that makes sense is the challenge. Maybe if I just really kind of pull this hood in here. And then I actually kind of do want to have the eyes just to see what that looks like, where it's kind of just lurking out from within. That's kind of neat. Again, you know, as long as it doesn't kind of like make it feel like it's too stalker related. The shadow stalker, that is. Because I think in the labyrinth HUD it has kind of the glowing eyes as its indicator, right? If I'm not mistaken. So that does feel a lot more kind of like this base is sneaking around though. that does kind of feel like it should for a ninja stealth thief base thingy. I don't even know if it needs these kind of wrinkles on the top. Might need to add a bit of an edge on the top peak. Yeah, I think I get what you're putting down, like maybe like that kind of thing. Like we are altering the shape of the base in a weird way, right? Because this technically is just the front here, and that's how it should be defined. So I need to try to respect that in case there are traps that use these dimensions. Actually, I will not hide that. That said, as long as I kind of work with that, should be okay. So I'll actually kind of flatten it a bit on those corners, box it in a bit, right? And then the side here, maybe I just kind of bring that out a bit. Yeah, I think that eagle peak helps us to understand what we're looking at a bit better. I think that's a good idea. I'm gonna like bring this down just a little bit more maybe, just so that I can kind of like make sure that it keeps the appropriate shape for a base. And let's just kind of have it really exaggerate that shape, I think. What's up, Charlie? You meowing away? You haven't come and like stuffed your tail in the camera yet. I guess she did at the very start, really briefly, but not as much as she usually does. So I'm wondering if it should have kind of like these sunken wrinkles that might look neat. Kind of feels like it's bundled up in its stealth gear, which is kind of cool. Yeah, it's kind of neat how sunken in that feels, so that's an interesting element about it. And that totally works with the base designs. You know, we can kind of like alter the dimensions of what is inside the base. Like a lot of them are these kinds of like, as long as they keep that same shape overall, the silhouette doesn't change, so the traps can always sit on them comfortably. That's good. But we sometimes like carve out inside of it, like the Prestige base, for example, is kind of a cool, interesting example of that, where the floors, or it's kind of like a slice of the floor or something like that. So we can kind of cut into it here. I give like some extra kind of shine to this, just to make it feel different enough. And I'm a little worried about giving it a face. I don't want to turn it into like a Thomas the Tank Engine face or something like that. We don't need to kind of necessarily give it that much life and character. So like, does it work with the eyes turned off? Let's take a look. I feel like it does. It's like, you still see that kind of like the idea of the mask. Let's bring that highlight in just on that edge, and then I'm gonna fold that down here. Charlie, come here, girl. Just meowing away, hanging out with her friend. Oop. It's supposed to be a smoothing brush. There we go. Blend that together a bit more. But I like that kind of crest peak there. That's kind of cool. And I'm enjoying working on kind of the smushed layer. Makes it a little faster. Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine base, Ninja Edition. Let's see. Yeah, as long as this works for you guys, we can work with it. I think it's not bad. And we could like add maybe a detail to the peak of it if we want to add a little bit extra coolness factor, but I feel like it's not bad. Do we want this to kind of like pinch up here too, or even overlap? Nah, I don't. I think we lose a bit of the face shape, maybe. Yeah. I suppose if you're unfamiliar with this kind of like, you know, masked design, maybe it won't be obvious what this is supposed to kind of emulate. She's really now. You tell him, Charlie. Yeah. It's so weird because like go over there and just see what she's meowing at, and then she just kind of like stares at us like, what do you want? I'm busy here. Meow. I hope you can hear that. All right, and then, yeah, I kind of want there to be something like this strap on the side, just to add a little bit of uniqueness in the design. Just feels like it needs something to break it up there. Not sure what or why, but it's just missing a little something without it. Here we go. I kind of like the edge of this being a bit soft. Doesn't need to be super point hard edge, although over here it does, just for the sake of rendering out cleanly with other traps. But I think we can mess around with this edge over here. Just kind of blend it in a little bit, make it feel a little bit more like fabric here. I think I can get away with that. All right, what do we think? Is that working? It might need to go a bit darker just to match back there. Can you even see what's happening anymore? Is it too dark? Just want there to be this kind of shape with the fabric where it's kind of that hood, where it kind of bunches up and has kind of the room for the head there. I don't know. Just jumped layers. That good old hotkey is still in existence. Classic. Yeah, the eyes are neat. I think I might bring them back. I don't think we need to worry too much about people being like, why doesn't it have an effect with the stalker? I'll add it on another layer just so that if people request, we can kind of remove them. And we could change the color too, because I did do kind of like that kind of orange, but maybe if we did something more like, I don't know, hot pink. And so we could do like an eye there. And let's do an occlusion brush just for that glow. I got that like retro vibe, glow, neon city goodness. And with that kind of like the blues in that light, I feel a little better about having it kind of glowing on these fabrics. Yeah, I like this. This is cool. If people don't like it, I'm just going to blame you guys, okay? That's how things work here. It's a very bad thing we do. I'm a monster. All right. Well, that's not bad. I actually want the hood to come up over top of that leather. What if it like overlaps all the way to where the cheese is? Would that be crazy? It'd look really weird if I had kind of like the original death base with like the base that or that platform that sits under the cheese. That looked pretty funky. But if I just jump up here, just for the sake of it, we're about to go on lunch, by the way. If I came up here and like had that overlap here, just to create that extra, you know, oh yeah, okay, I see it as a hood now. That might work. And I'm even considering pulling back on that padded leather and then, or that padded material, and then like, because it didn't really work that well under the cheese, in my opinion. It was the worst place to put that detail. So I'm thinking instead, what if I made the leather come down to, I'm going to turn the sketch on for this, to like here instead, where it's like close to the cheese, but not, you know, having the cheese sit on it. So there's at least a little more of a platform that makes sense. It still has that texture in a spot to just add that quality material. And then there's just this big kind of nice patch of leather. It actually almost feels like the hilt of something, or holster or something like that, which is kind of neat. But then if we bring this kind of hood and kind of make that a more important part, kind of like bring that out here. Are we crazy? But it's a very long, weird, long hood. Maybe that's not going to work. But I think that is at least a little more interesting. And you know what? I'm going to undo that, but instead make it just slightly overlap. Maybe. I guess we'll take our lunch and come back and see if this is crazy or not. It's a very odd thing that I'm trying to create. What do we do here? What do we do here, friends? I do like the pink. I'm gonna fight for the pink. In case people are like, I don't think bases should have eyes. But I mean, we have traps that have faces and you know, that kind of like personality to it. So you know what? This is a very niche base. Like, let's have fun. And that's what we do. All right, so I'm gonna flip it back. And so we can kind of like have a better idea of what this might look like. Let's even throw a trap on it. Probably not the best trap to throw on it. Let's actually pull in. I'm gonna have to go on lunch because it is lunchtime. But let's throw, if I can find it real quick. Again, I really need to organize my stuff. So I don't have it cleaned up very well. Sort view, large icons. No, I probably don't want the confetti version of it. Let's see. Why do I have the base in that version? No. Oh, there we go. Place. So the challenge of this one is that it is scaled for a mini base, so I'm gonna have to just kind of blow it up a little bit. Nice. Okay, so that's kind of like probably what I should expect is going to be the trap that's on it. And what's interesting is it does have its own kind of like glow that it casts on it, so that kind of messes with it. Nothing I can do about that, but different versions of the trap skin on this will change that. All right, so let's put this up in the trap section, because that will be kind of useful to be able to turn on and off. So yeah, that makes a big difference to it, but at least we kind of like made it so there is a little bit of a hooded edge there. Hopefully that's going to be clear. I'm almost wondering if I should try and work with this specific trap or not. That might be a bad idea to try and be so narrow-minded with it. Yeah, that's an interesting challenge that I think we'll have to think about during lunch. So let's do that thing where we go and eat. Turn on the sketch. Maybe we'll add a little bit of like interesting kind of detailing to the top of the hood too, because it's like a weird, broad, flattened kind of portion. It doesn't feel like a hood. Oh, I think I could like have it kind of folded over in certain spots, and that might look nice. Yeah, it is kind of odd with the lighting, but I can't do anything about that is the thing, because this is an established kind of trap, and it works great on other bases, but those bases are much simpler. And so maybe I should actually think about simplifying this more. Maybe I'm trying to do too much, especially, you know, 2 in one day. What am I thinking? All right. Let's just, I'll leave that up. We can think about it. All right, I better go on lunch. All right. It is 1:07. Let's actually come back at 2. So I will set a timer for 53 minutes. We're going to set that on top, and we'll go for lunch. And I have a pretty good Larry link for you guys when I return. So when I return, I shall share that link. But until then, I'll see you in 52 minutes. Bye for now. him. All right. And we are back. Lunch is done. All right, so what is indeed on Feedback Friday today? Today we are working on, in case you weren't here from the start, we're working on a special base that's coming with the Relic Hunter Season 8 update. And it currently, and this is again me being like, this is how I believe it's supposed to work, but don't quote me, probably best not to because I'm not implementing it. The idea behind it is that there is kind of two bases, oops, wrong layer, two bases that act as one base in a sense. So with other Relic Hunter base rewards, they're usually, and I think maybe always have been the case, where it's kind of like it has a special effect in an area. It makes it so that it's kind of like, not the most powerful base, but it's a really useful base if you're trying to do a certain kind of thing in the game. And it makes it a fun collectible, it makes it interesting, nice to have, but it's not necessary, stuff like that. So what we were thinking this year is we wanted to give a little bit of attention just to the Zokor phase of the whole kind of labyrinth run. Obviously, the labyrinth itself has its own base, but we thought Zokor could be an interesting kind of idea. But we were kind of a little torn on like what the best special effect would be for a base, and we kind of had two camps going on where certain players would benefit from being able to kind of stay and have their stealth last longer and get more loot from the district bosses. And then also we had kind of a different camp of players who would benefit from being able to kind of like run to the bosses faster and get out faster and kind of like basically end up with similar loot to if they just stayed and hunted regularly. And so basically we were like, these are both good for different reasons and different players. And then we're like, what if it could be both? And you had an ability to kind of like switch between the two. And so hopefully we're doing this justice. An interesting element is the bases are very different looking. I meant to group this more effectively, because what I wanted to do was hide this. I thought I grouped it. I guess I didn't do it correctly. My bad. And so this is the alternate version. So we have, and I'll make this its own group ahead of time. Oh, I see what I did. I did do it. All right. The Heist base. And then get rid of this group here. And then we have the Thief base. And basically the Thief base is the one that kind of like lets you maybe keep your stealth a little longer. And I don't know the specific mechanics or how they swap. But the Heist base, the idea of this one is that it's more kind of like you go fast and it's loud and obnoxious and alerts the boss sooner, and so we're gonna make this one look louder and crazier and more zany, and it's got wheels because every good movie with heist activity is there's some kind of vehicle chase, and I thought that was fun. So I'm feeling better about this one. I was kind of like not really feeling too great about it in some parts, but I feel like balancing out the leather and this kind of softer kind of material here, and then having this like hooded face kind of actually is more fun than I thought it would be. I was worried that it was not going to feel correct for this design. And then now that I'm looking at it again, I'm kind of like, nah, this is a ridiculous thing we're doing in the first place, and I enjoy it. So that is what it is. It's kind of a MouseHunt thing to do. We are very happy and enjoy adding ridiculous whimsy to the game, and so this is just another element of that ridiculous whimsy, and I enjoy that. So That's how it's gonna be. All right, and just to verify, that's what it was before, and it really didn't kind of make a lot of sense what I was trying to create. I was kind of going for this masked kind of hidden face, but like without the eyes and stuff like that, but I just didn't think that was very effective for kind of showing this, you know, element of like a hidden thief or ninja or something like that. So this is the route that I've taken it, and let me know if you disagree. Let me know if you think that this doesn't actually fit for a base, because I do want this to be something that is designed with you guys in mind. And this is it with the glowing Gruyere on top. I don't know if it's scaled and positioned exactly how it needs to. I should probably try and line that up a little more accurately. All right, I have 3 minutes before my next hunt. Let's see if I can do this. Get a good shot of the glowing Gruyere. And I'll just throw it on top of what base would read well. Spell that correctly. All right, armed glowing Gruyere. And then let's see. Do I have like? Oh, there we go. Dehydrated base is a very easy one. All right. And let's switch back to the correct trap setup real quick. Don't want to take a hunt with all the wrong gear. All right. So let's see if you can guess at what trap I'm equipping right now. I think you'll be able to tell pretty easily. Actually, you know what? Before I resize that, I'm going to set this to be multiply really quick. Oops. Excuse me. Thank you. I'd be quite surprised if you guys aren't able to tell me what base this is. Or the trap, rather. So I'm pretty sure we drew this one together. Oh, right. I needed to have it scale. There we go. That's how I need to scale it. Okay, so this is just to verify the cheese placement, and it's pretty close. It's just shrunk down a little bit apparently. It's more like that. Cool. All right, I think that's good. So that's good because I wanted the hood to kind of like just go a little over top, and it's not overlapping that cheese, which is fine. They kind of like get a little bit close to bumping into each other, but it's actually okay like that. I'm not too worried about it being a weird tangent. Generally, you'll also be having this at a small size because the traps you'll use are something more like this, and then with the glow from this trap specifically, kind of washes it all out. It's kind of annoying, but I can't do anything about that. There's a good chance that people who are using this will, you know, have different skins that they can use on that trap, and that'll kind of allow them to have a different look on the base, because I don't think all of them have that strong of a glow. I think anytime I add a glow like that, it's always much more subtle than when we did it that time. So there we go. All right, I'm gonna bring the sketch up, but I'm also going to erase elements of it and get rid of that, because I want to use it as a bit of a reference, but I also need to just kind of get or update it to how it is now, because it's no longer relevant. All these need to be tweaked. There we go. Get rid of that. All right. A bit better. Anything that we want to like dramatically change? Because I think at this point it's just kind of cleaning up the render a little bit, just adding a little more kind of texture where I want it. The leather, for example, is very flat. I would want to kind of like give it some nice leathery wrinkle and a little bit more shine, because generally leather has a bit of a reflective quality. And then yeah, just a little more kind of fine detail here and there to kind of just bring it up in quality. Darkening kind of the cubes of the fabric here so that they're kind of, you know, in the same kind of range as the rest of it. But I think that I would rather, at this point, now that we're back from lunch, switch gears and jump onto the Heist base. Because I feel like I've gotten far enough with this one that I understand what we're going to do with it. So I'm happy with that. And I feel confident enough to kind of keep going with this. And that means that I would like to leave it at that until we're kind of like in the same position with the Heist base, and then we could jump back to the Thief base if we have time. But as I mentioned before, I kind of want to try and maybe make it a shorter stream. I don't know if I actually we'll end up doing that, but you know me. Okay, so this is the Heist base. Basically, if you weren't there for the explanation, it's supposed to be kind of almost the exact opposite of the Thief base. It's supposed to be loud and obnoxious and like have all of the different kind of gizmos and gadgets to, you know, perform the perfect heist. And so, you know, it's got all these like hidden compartments and moving parts and wheels and like hacking terminals and speakers and lights and all kinds of craziness. And I just had fun, kind of just trying to jam as much onto it as I could. So if you guys have other things you want to jam onto it, we can try, and we'll see what we can do. But for now, I'm probably going to start to kind of just block out some of the shapes and try and get the overall rendering quality, or just figure out what each of the materials, you know, are, colors, stuff like that, and then we can fine-tune all the details on it. Also, before I forget, I do have two things to share. I have the Larry link, so I'm going to pop that into the chat and make sure it works for myself first. You know, I got to always test these, you know, make sure it's not broken. Yeah, okay, it's working. All right, so here is a Larry link here. And if you're watching this on like YouTube later, I'll post it on my art page as well. You can get a link to it there. And then another thing that I want to share with you guys is HitGrab has officially launched our Kickstarter for the Clan O'Connell and the Crown of the Stag platformer game that we're working on. This is by one of the kind of other teams in the company. And so if you are so interested, check out the Kickstarter. It's a very beautiful looking game, and I've gotten to kind of play test it quite a few times. Pretty fun. So yeah, definitely check it out. Send your support. There's even a, let's see, where is it? A Mouse Hunters of Hibernia pledge area where you get a MouseHunt t-shirt, and the game as well. So that's pretty neat. But yeah, so check that out. It's going to be a pretty fun game, and of course I'm all about the art for it. I think it's gorgeous. Kelly was kind of like the lead kind of designer, I believe, on kind of the style of it, and they both put a lot of effort into the look and feel of the game. So I think they've done a great job. So definitely check that out. And we could use your support, so that'd be awesome. All right, so for the heist base, we are going to start with maybe blocking out kind of what's happening here. So an interesting thing about the bases, as I've mentioned every time this kind of thing comes up, is we can't cut out a section, especially something this big. For all those other traps that have like the mist and atmosphere and backgrounds creeping in, they're not on a layer below, so if we put those traps with this base, you just have this weird gap where it's just... I gotta see if the camera can pick that up.
It's just sitting in the cone.
This is so silly. Sorry, our cat's doing a very amusing... It's just... So that's a dog like cone for... Wash had kind of like a hot spot on his foot, and we had to put that on him, and one of our cats is just sitting inside of it now. Hi. How you doing in there? Is it nice and stinky? Does it smell like wash?
I knew you had to see it before you missed it.
It's very good, thank you. I hope everyone can see that. It's very cute. All right, back to it. We have silly cats. They're wonderful. All right, so... Oh yeah, like a antenna or satellite receiver. Yeah, miscellaneous lights are definitely an element. But yeah, I like the idea of kind of like that tech stuff, you know, because like so many of those heist movies will have kind of like the hacker kind of character that has to, you know, do a hacking battle. Those are always so insane. And I don't know if I'll be able to like make this weird gap work if I don't do something kind of like, I don't know if it has like a rail here where it's just kind of a cutout of these wheels. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, those moments in those movies are always hilarious. It's so just weird. The like battling of code. It's just so wrong. We're in. All right. But it's a good trope. It's very fun. And it's also very amusing because I've been learning code for the past few years now because I'm doing prototypes and stuff like that, and had to kind of learn a bunch of terms and how things work, and just hearing those terms thrown around but like in totally meaningless ways is just the best. I really believe that the writers that write that stuff originally probably started it with just like, this sounds like a good techie word, and people will kind of like get it, that it's, you know, doesn't need to make sense, kind of how like some medical stuff is in shows or whatever. But I think there's probably like writers who like enjoy putting that stuff in where it's absolutely known as nonsense, and it's just fun. It's like a little kind of joke. So do we like the exposed wheels or the kind of like windowed wheels? And then with the exposed wheels, we'll basically just have to figure out what is going to fill that, because it has to have something or it's just going to look really bad with it. I don't know. I think that this is at least the easiest way to go about it. The windowed wheel well will at least kind of let us get away with having wheels. It just might not look as cool. Oh, hey, okay. Tank treads. There you go. That's a good idea. Because yeah, that would actually solve that perfectly. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right, that makes sense. Because now that's filled in with tank tread. Awesome. And that just makes it even more ridiculous heist, because it's like, all right, I guess it's got tank treads. That's how this chase is going to go. In that case, can I just undo and get this back? I don't think it'll be too crazy to repaint that. It's not exactly the most complex thing I've drawn. And then, you know, like, I'm sure that I can just kind of like fill in. I don't have enough undo states. My history states is a bit small, I think. Should probably bump that up. But I also do like a lot of kind of like little kind of lines and hatches, so it eats up the number of history states very quickly. It's like just drawing the bottom of that wheel probably took like 30 different strokes. All right. So yeah, tank treads. That'll be fun to render it too. But yeah, so it's just kind of like this little gap here and here. But what I think we could do is just have this kind of, you know, overlap a bit more, especially since the wheel itself maybe is sunken in a bit. And then it's just kind of like having mud or whatever there. That's not too bad. So I'll even pull this one in a little bit. This should be fine. I should probably be doing this with the sketch at a higher opacity, but hey, well. And then I'll just have segments there, and it'll be more obvious what's happening, and then kind of actual, you know, kind of plates, right? That's a good idea. Thank you. Great suggestion. Very clever. All right, cool. Well, that makes that much easier. All right, and then yeah, pull this in a bit here. I'm gonna turn up the opacity. Just lets me pull that in, and it could even be just that it has kind of a dark shadow there or something like that. I don't know. We'll make it work. And again, I also think that there's not necessarily a lot of traps that will get paired with this that kind of cover up the area around, like, you know, the whole background effect, unless you are coming in here with kind of like the new trap from Floating Islands, and that's one that will do that. And someone will definitely do that. So I do want it to look nice for that person as well. All right. Just get like a bit of it kind of, you know, dangling down there, because there is probably a little bit of slack between them there. Lets it kind of like crawl over things a bit if there's uneven ground, which seems important for a vehicle trying to, you know, counter every unexpected challenge. Cool. All right, let's drop that down. So, yeah, it could be like underlight that kind of just blasts that area too. All right. Hmm. Yeah, could squeeze in like more wheels. That's true. Because I think uh, sometimes tanks have kind of like the bigger ones, but then there's kind of like smaller ones to help them kind of like deal with different terrain. I don't know if there would be like ones like that or not. I don't remember. But like basically these can kind of move up and down potentially or something like that. But then if there's kind of like some kind of barricade surface, because this one is pulled up here, it like can grab the top of that and pull itself over or something like that. Although with this design, this kind of ridiculously low rider front kind of thing is probably gonna, be its own obstruction. So who knows if this is actually an effective heist mobile. It's ridiculous, and that's the most important thing in a good heist. The more over the top and ridiculous it is, the better. That is law. All right, so sad hatches. You just kind of may help with that. Just a little bit of, yeah, sad hatches. Okay, so I'm going to change the base color. So what color should this be? If you had to design your own heist mobile, what color would you make it? We got white. I mean, we can obviously add different colors with the paneling. We got greenish, bluish, something like maybe like that. Gray. I feel like gray could work because that way you can put like stuff onto that. Um, Make it feel metallic, which might be useful. Set of Texas Longhorns on the front, the hood ornament. I think that would uh, interfere with kind of the main shape required by a base, unfortunately. Um, so I don't know if that would work. Yeah, I think rusty with some shine. I like those comments right beside each other. Um, yeah, okay, so like the bronze orange kind of feel might be good. I feel like okay, so like making it metallic is something that I think will be useful for it. Um, so, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of different material types that we could throw on this. Um, so maybe like this, we could turn into kind of like a metal kind of body for it, the chassis, if you will. And then, we'll have kind of like vibrant kind of, colors and lights and panels being different materials, and that might be a good route. Um, Could have one piece of it damaged from an attack or explosion gone wrong. I like that. That could be fun. Explosion gone wrong. Or did they think they make it look like it went wrong to like make the mice think that they got the edge, and then the whole time it was a twist to that's the good stuff, right? It's always about kind of like the twists on the twists and the ridiculousness. And just when you think all hope is lost, it sprouts wings and flies off the cliff. Because of course they had that planned the whole time. All right. Exposed hacking wire is arcing with sparks. Yeah. All right. I'd say let's try something like this. It's not the most pleasant color though. Let's see, maybe I can kind of, maybe it's just because it was too saturated. Like this color, the thing about this color is it makes it feel like it came out of like the Digby scientists' quarters, like they used kind of more silvery metals. Whereas the other kind of more copper kind of coloring feels more like floating islands, kind of steampunk metal. So I'm thinking maybe that green blue, maybe a little more desaturated, to kind of like give it that like steel metal kind of feel. I don't know. Like, should it be a paint job on this thing, or should it just be raw metal with lots of crazy pieces? The wheels are for show. The hidden wings to jump off a cliff is the real trap. Yeah. And like I totally want to have like that like the orange and black chevrons, like warning, like this big kind of warning symbol I think is going to be a big part of this to make it like, loud and like, you know, oh no, things are going wrong, but secretly that was the whole, plan, it was meant to, and who knows. All right, let's just go for this. So I think there are a couple of key elements that I want to kind of make stand out. Obviously, the wheels are a pretty important part, and those are gonna, we'll go and do the kind of like, I guess, darker kind of metallic tank treads or something. And I'm just gonna block this in. Who knows? We could make it like look more rubber. We could make it kind of whatever aesthetic we want. But for now, I'm just going to block it in as something very different, so it's clear that we'll make sure these stay distinct from each other. All right, same thing here. And as I've mentioned, we're just going to start by blocking out all the different parts so that we can kind of like observe what we have and see if any of these shapes should change to tell a better story with it. So just kind of block in those real quick. Very good. Overpaint that just to erase and get a nice clean crisp edge there. Sick. Same thing here. Actually, I'll pull that angle down to match this kind of angle, right? Because I should share the same perspective, unless this is turned. But right now it looks like it's going straight. We'll probably have to tweak these tire tracks since it is tank treads. Maybe it'll be chewing up the ground behind it. That could be fun. So this is a steeper angle. Probably not quite that steep. But that also helps me not have to fill in this tiny gap even more. Okay, so there's kind of like that broken out, and that immediately kind of like defines a little bit more about the shape of it, which is good. And then I think one of the main things as well is this big, bold kind of like alert panel here. The status of the heist. And then this is going to kind of draw back on what I was mentioning earlier with the thief base. That the ellipse, because we're working on a panel that is pointed straight up, the widest part of the ellipse needs to be right at the two sides, perpendicular to the direction that this is facing. Doesn't matter if it rotates around in any which way, or like on that axis. If this is a circle, it should stay exactly the same. So let's take a look at it with the sketch. And if we look at the widest points of this, it is indeed the outer edges here. And then the thinnest would, of course, be the points that are going in the direction of the surface, because this surface is, you know, pointing up like this, right? So same deal with that. All right, so that's fine. I don't think it'll be necessarily that color, but that's just, I'm basically just trying to block out parts that I want to kind of like draw your eye or kind of cut out and change the silhouette of this thing in its own ways. And then this kind of bulletproof glass pane or whatever this is. This crucial part of this base where the cheese rests and waits for an unsuspecting mouse to activate the heist. Here, this might be a good thing to kind of cut out. Honestly, I'm kind of wanting to do this to like every object, so see. All right. Oh yeah, like throw a little kind of signal strength on it. Bluetooth symbol or Wi-Fi, disconnect Wi-Fi symbol to throw off the mice. That's kind of fun. Where could I put that? It could be like here, kind of thing. It's just sideways, like it's like. I don't know if that works. Maybe not there. I don't know what that is, but it's there. Well, maybe maybe if it was just flipped, so it's like that. Sure, why not? Just kind of adds to the silliness, the tech. Especially if it's like looking like it's bugging out. All right, so I think another part I'll have is this kind of like panel here is going to have these kind of floodlights inside. just kind of wanted to carve out this panel so I could have these high beams just blasting out. Clean up the sketch there for a second. And I'll actually have a little bit more glow off of those. It's not enough. Of course, I really shouldn't be kind of like doing this part of the rendering at this point. It's too early. But just wanted to capture that because I was right there anyways. So, you know, there's a nice kind of bright glow coming off that. I'll tweak it later. All right. Yeah, now I kind of want to just outline a lot of things and kind of carve out the different panels. So I think I'll do that. I think that this panel here is kind of more like a terminal for like a coder or something like that. This is the hacker terminal. So I'm going to give it like this kind of dark green panel. And then we're going to have that green kind of text on it. So it's basically, you know, one of the original monitors when we first had visual like computers. Actually, my dad ran a computer shop when I was a kid, and so I got to play around with such things. It's pretty cool. All right. And then, yeah, that like green kind of I'm kind of like looking at this and I'm like, oh, I could try and like space it to look actually a little more like real code, because I know a little bit about that now at least. So let me just see if I can kind of do this. So unnecessary, but you know me. All right, so we'll have kind of like maybe our use case stuff up here. And we have kind of like a namespace kind of thing, and then okay, this is the class, and then get kind of like maybe our I should know words, our properties and stuff. Of course, probably didn't have kind of this structure with these monitors so much. But why not? Okay. So then I'll open some brackets here and then indent or like a method or something here. It's like an if statement. Close that off. Close that off. It's like a new. There we go. So this kind of looks like code-ish. Of course, you know it's going to be like this tiny. So if you can even see any of the green, I'll be pleased. uh, yeah. Gotta get my if or no move to get my loops and logics. So I've been kind of just playing around with kind of game prototypes and stuff. Obviously, I've made some stuff for kind of MouseHunt, and just having fun, kind of like trying my own kind of ideas, like working on kind of a platformer idea that I had way back when, just to see if I can even kind of like build it. But I'm challenging myself to like try and like build a prototype in like a week, because I've done like pretty neat stuff that I was pretty proud of, and honestly like ended up kind of becoming the floating islands, and so that's pretty awesome and radical. But it was kind of something I was working on for like a very long time. Like the floating islands prototype was kind of like over the course of like 2 years basically, and I think that that was great and all, but I do want to try and kind of like do more rapid ideas and testing stuff. So I've been trying to do that a bit more. And then as well, I'm very bad at taking vacations. I don't know if you know this about me, but basically one of the tracking things that we have for work is now there's kind of like this tool that we use to kind of like take days off and track, you know, sick days and alert kind of the teams and stuff, so we can keep it, you know, all in one place. And it also kind of calculates out how many vacation days you have unused and all that, and like how many you'll have by this date or whatever, so you can kind of like schedule vacations and stuff like that, which is really nice. But I'm very bad at it, and so basically I was looking at that, I'm like, I haven't used any all year. So basically I've planned and taken off the next, and I started this week, but every Wednesday for like 2 months I've taken off, and so I've been kind of playing in that space, working on dumb ideas. And so the goal that I have is to try and like build a garbage, very, very low scope prototype every week. So like Wednesday to Wednesday kind of thing. So that's been fun. But yeah, basically it's not like the Floating Islands prototype where I actually had like a game that you could play. And that was even still very kind of unfinished and hacked together. But just trying to figure out what layer to do this on. But instead just trying out like individual little kind of like ideas, like a single mechanic, as opposed to kind of like a game. And then hopefully, if I get like better at it and faster, then I can kind of like, you know, make all new ideas more rapidly instead of trying to polish something that probably shouldn't be polished to the point that I like to. So like for example, a few weeks back I made an entire kind of inventory system from scratch, where it's basically you can kind of like pick up and drop items from a visual inventory, and like I had like two kind of, you know, just inventory slots, and you could like grab an item from one and drop it into the other, and if it stacks with others, if you drop it onto that item type, it'll kind of like add itself to it. And then like I made it so it could sort itself and all kinds of stuff. But like the first version of it I made, it like had lots of great functionality and worked great, and did everything I needed it to. But it was really nasty code, like very, very hard to work with because it was just kind of like quickly, I'm like, oh, I want it to be able to do this. Okay, how do I do that? I'll figure it out and just kind of smash it together and, oh, cool, it works. Barely. And I'm not even sure exactly why it works. So, yee kind of thing. But then over the past kind of few weekends since I made that, and it worked great, did everything I wanted it to, how I needed it to, could even like sort itself and all kinds of stuff. I was like, okay, I should probably learn about like making this good so that if I was to be like, hey, anyone else want to like modify this or tweak it to work on a different thing? Because like one of the goals I had for it was like, oh, what if I made it so that like I make a bunch of these little systems and then I make them so that I can just kind of drag and drop them into different projects and then it just works. I make it so that they're like a bunch of little tools that I can just kind of use for rapid prototyping. So like I could make like a good kind of inventory tool and like a character moving tool or stuff like that, and just kind of like build a bunch of these little things so that I can just kind of like drag and drop and tweak them easily. But yeah, so I started trying to learn how to kind of like refactor code, which is basically rewriting it with proper practice and making it modular and clean. And so the thing I've discovered is it takes like 10 times as long, even though it works and it does everything you need it to. At least when I'm like learning as I go, it takes 10 times longer. But I basically ended up kind of like finishing refactoring it like a month later of weekends because that's kind of when I would work on it. But so it took a long time. I did learn a lot from it, so it was very valuable. But like the funny thing is like if you had both versions running side by side, it would do the exact same thing. Like nothing looks different or feels different. It works exactly the same. But like all of the code is now kind of like broken apart and it's decoupled and just kind of actually you can swap pieces without it breaking horribly. So it was cool to learn all that. But I think until I need kind of like a bunch of those kind of modular components to slap together, I wanted to kind of just do faster experiments where I don't have kind of that clean refactored code. So that's kind of my goal right now, is to try and build something cool like that. And then one day I'll be able to kind of like be like, this would be useful. I'll clean that up maybe and then I can use it. So random Jacob stuff. But I'm one of those people that always has some kind of ridiculous project. I should have put this on this layer because it's like also glowing. Makes sense. Oop. That's the layer. All right. But yeah, I am someone who has attention deficit disorder, and that means that I love to find ridiculous problems and focus on them like crazy. So I was a woodworker for a little bit last year. I made tools from scratch. So that's what my brain does. And then the year before that, I was growing tomatoes on my balcony, and they were delicious. But it's like now if I try and grow tomatoes, I can't. It's not interesting enough, apparently. So that's kind of the challenging frustration with my brain. Did I not copy it? Oh, okay, I can just merge that layer. There we go. Now they're on the same layer. Cool. All right, I'll do the speaker on this layer. Yeah. So who knows? Maybe one day I'll have kind of like my own ridiculous little Jacob kind of crap games that I can share with you guys, and you can kind of be like, this was silly and fun, thanks. But until then, I'll just keep learning, and of course, you know, go play a competent platformer, which is coming soon on the Kickstarter that I linked. Yeah, I'm very glad that I kind of like have developed those abilities, because honestly I've always kind of had this interest in kind of like game design, and I've always been doing that, you know, especially with MouseHunt, because you know I get to be involved in kind of designing areas and mechanics, but it's pretty cool to like not just do it on like pen and paper, because that's kind of how I would have to explain before or just talk about it. I'm not good at communicating, right? Like communication is such an incredibly difficult skill, and I don't have a very great grasp on how to do that effectively, right? So being able to like build the thing that I want to show someone to the point where it actually is exactly that thing, and I don't need to try and explain why they should think it's cool, and instead they can, you know, use that to see for themselves. That's way more effective and also way more fun for me. But yeah, so I'm glad I've been kind of pursuing that. It's been rewarding. Yeah, if you guys are interested in seeing that kind of stuff from me, I need to, and my partner Alex has been very good at kind of encouraging this in me, and I need to do it, but kind of using my social media more to actually like share cool stuff like this, because I like the best I do is posting after these streams where it's like, here's the art I did, bye, and that's it. That's all I post. But it could be fun to kind of like share some of these other things that aren't just kind of, you know, what you guys are already getting to see on stream with me. And it'd be cool to like get your input and kind of what you think. Who knows? Who knows? All right, so I'm gonna jump on to this layer for the rope, I guess. I'm not kind of like set on these kind of blocked in colors right now. I'm just kind of using them to kind of just get the shapes where I want them, right? Get those kind of filled in so I can see what I'm working with. And there's a lot happening in this piece. There's a lot of detail to work through. I almost think that I need to make this group not connected to the base. That's fine. I don't need to. It's fine. I'll leave it. Not important. Sketch for a second. I just gotta fix that. And there we go. All right. So I think this part here, these panels, are probably going to be like these doors that kind of open. And same with this panel here. So I think I'll just give those a whole different color right now. We could end up making it the same material, but if they're blocked out with a different color, it'll be easier for me to kind of tweak it when I need to. Yeah, and I want to get those chevrons in there too. The like warning. Let's see. An alternative to code rate devs DHU and binary and just compress it to fit. I could do that. But DLU, Come on. Mm-hmm. Venus flytraps are non-toxic to cats. Interesting. But at least they fight back. We actually have a lot of plants. Alex takes care of the house plants we have, but just vines. Like we have one of the south-facing windows just right beside me has just a wall. Like it's a big window. The whole window is just filled in with plants, and so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I had a good time growing tomatoes like 2 years ago, and then last year I was like, or this last year I was like, I'm gonna grow beans and other things, and those didn't go well. They didn't really do much other than sprout up and die. And then this year I'm like, no, maybe I'll do like green peppers and cilantro and stuff for salsa. I didn't end up getting tomato, which I'm sad because I should have gotten tomato. I think I would have maybe been a little more into it if I had tomato because those were just fun to snack on. But I did end up getting the herbs up and running. I've had lots of delicious cilantro because I enjoy it. But the beans never, or the peppers never ended up fully sprouting. So that's a shame. I just don't think I tended to them enough though. Is the thing. Like with the tomatoes, I was like, you know, just taking care of them every single day basically. And then with the peppers, I did not. Kind of forgot about them. So they didn't like that. I do have ginger growing, and actually I really should not have that outside anymore. It's way too cold. So that's something I better bring in, and I remember too. But that seems to be going nicely. And I just grew that from kind of just grocery store bought ginger root. So that's nice because I actually I do a lot of cooking, and ginger is one of those things that I like to have in cooking. It's a nice kind of nice aromatic. Use it with chicken a lot, and then yeah, that's what I got. So I did grow some stuff successfully, but just not as much as I had originally planned, because I'm very bad at staying focused on things. I do have my my sourdough starter still going. I actually I don't know if I've talked about it before, but I like 6 months ago started a sourdough starter because I wanted to have yeast in the house and I could not for the life of me find any. Because that's just how the world was. So I ended up growing my own and keeping that going for quite a while. And then last month I accidentally cooked it. It was because I often will have it just kind of like resting in the oven with the oven light on because that kind of creates a nice warm space for it to kind of do its fermentation thing. And then I had started the broiler because I was making a pizza and that's what I do. But I forgot to take it out, and so I kind of did a number on it. But I managed to get a little bit of it that survived from kind of like the center of it where it hadn't fully cooked yet. So I kind of took a sample of that and have managed to recover Zoldak as the name of my starter. But then, of course, I had to give it a new name. So it is Zoldak the Second. That is my sourdough. But it's doing good now, nice and healthy, bubbling away. I actually haven't made sourdough for a while because it's good, but I enjoy using it for pizza dough mostly. And then I make sourdough waffles as well. Those are very good. Yeah, should try some other stuff with it now that it's back up and running. I have actually recently been doing some other fun cooking stuff. I've been making kind of like, or trying to make very good kind of udon noodles. I've been kind of, it's a lot of work to get them good and chewy, because I like a good, like, strong noodle, udon noodle anyways. And so been trying to get that good. And it's kind of like you need to like cook it the right amount, like the right length of time and temperature, but also like the toughest part is just working the udon dough, because like it's a very dry dough. It's a very simple dough, but it's very, very dry, and trying to kind of fold it enough and then, you know, get the gluten strands real strong. I also only have like all-purpose flour. I have not yet gotten bread flour, although I don't think that's necessary for udon at all, but it's more just the technique. I have managed to get some nice kind of chewy noodle, tough. I know that sounds probably horrifying, but when you have it with like the right kind of sauce and meat, because like I use it instead of like in a soup, I just mix it with like a sauce I made, and that's quite enjoyable. But yeah. What else can I ramble about food-wise? That's what we're all here for, right? We're not here to do ridiculous art. So I'm just filling in these panels just to break them apart so that, you know, I can easily color them with whatever I actually want them to be colored with. But I'll kind of block in these sad panels with the same kind of layer. Might as well, right? They're far enough apart that I can easily just kind of paint over them, and I won't have to worry about kind of mixing up stuff. Right. Yeah, an udon noodle is like very, very thick, and like if you do it correctly, it can actually take a long time to cook, even though it's you know, like a handmade noodle. Usually when you make noodles from scratch, you actually have to cook them very quickly because they're not like dried out and need to be rehydrated or anything. It's just kind of like trying to get the proteins to kind of form and you know, cook, and that doesn't take very long, especially the smaller they are. But like they're very, very big and plump, so it's fun. They're quite good at picking up sauce too. Yeah, almost a thin dumpling. Yeah, I don't know, like what I've been trying is maybe not like a proper udon noodle either, because I know that, you know, I don't think they're always necessarily like very chewy, but they're just like big noodle. What I've been trying to do is kind of get like a little bit extra chew into it, and so I kind of like work it to give it that kind of almost gumminess, but it's not like chewing on gum. That would actually be horrifying. But yeah, I don't know. It's fun because once you kind of like can make it, you can kind of tweak it and modify it to, you know, make it a little bit more this way or that way, just by tweaking little things. Like one of the things that I've been doing is you can add a bit of baking soda into the water that you mix into it. And there's probably like a better method for it, but basically you add a bit of kind of base into it, and it kind of helps change the alkaline kind of quality of it, and can kind of change how it structures and kind of holds together, and a little bit of the flavor too. But I think that helps a bit anyways. So basically I mix in like an eighth of a teaspoon into the water, and then I mix that in, with salt and add that to the flour. Yeah, there's so much chemistry in like in baking, especially. That's pretty fun stuff. Like I always kind of wondered why when you have like recipes where it has baking soda and baking powder, they're very similar things, but like one is kind of neutralized and doesn't actually activate its, because okay, so like one of the reasons, or probably the main reason you have like baking powder in a recipe is to kind of like have that chemical reaction of it kind of reacting to an acid in the mixture and causing bubbling with, you know, the carbon kind of carbonation, whatever. I don't know exactly what gas it creates, but I should, because, you know, it's like elementary science right there. But basically it bubbles, right? And that's kind of one of the ways you can kind of create those gas pockets in like pancakes or whatever, right? Or a cake. You don't necessarily have to throw yeast or sourdough to make a cake that's nice and fluffy. That's kind of the purpose of the baking powder. But one of the things that I learned recently is when you have a recipe with baking soda and baking powder, you should add the baking soda first and mix that through, because what that is doing is it's neutralizing the acids before you add your baking powder, so that it doesn't cause that to react beforehand, because basically the purpose of the baking powder is to make it react when there's the heat, as well as the other elements that cause that. And so by mixing the baking soda through first, that neutralizes the things that would cause it to react in the first place. So I've tried doing that in a couple of recipes, and it seems fluffier and better, but maybe I'm kind of mistaken about my understanding of it, but that's what I've kind of learned a little bit from some random place that I don't remember where I heard that from, but give it a go. If you have a recipe with both those things, try the soda in first. Get that throughout, see if it makes it even fluffier when you add the powder after, because that's the theory that I have. Who knows if I'm right or wrong. All right, so I'm going to do these lights. Might as well just use this same layer. It's a very bottom layer, so it's a good one to kind of block things in on. They're all far enough apart that it's not an issue with them being on the same layer. And it simplifies it a bit by having less layers in total. So yeah, basically like hanging out with me on stream is just getting to hang out inside my brain for a bit, I guess. Just, I'm gonna talk about baking and tomatoes. And how about we talk about the Pantones? Ain't nobody wanting to talk about the Pantones these days. Yeah. I appreciate you guys so much. You have no idea. I really do. Also, a random fun thing that my friends like to do in October, because hey, it's the best month. It's my birthday month, and Halloween. Good times. We normally have an event where we get together and we watch just for a whole day, like the whole kind of like from whatever hour way too early we want to get together, like, you know, like 11 in the morning, which is a lot considering how late we hang out. We just watch bad movies, bad schlocky Halloween movies, and it's a silly good time. but obviously that's not happening this year. Um, so instead, we're going to be hanging out basically every Friday in the evening and hanging out online and just watching our bad movies together that way. So it's a nice thing we're going to be doing tonight, and then each week for the month. And if you guys have friends that like watching movies together and you enjoy a really bad, not actually scary, but you know, horror movie, it's definitely something to do. And if you can do it, I encourage it. That's what I got. There you go. I guess go do it if you want. I don't know. I don't know what the purpose. Yeah, that's just fun. So obviously people don't get to hang out these days, so it's nice to spend time like that if you can. It's also lots of kind of fun games online. I know that Among Us is pretty popular right now. It's a good little social game that's easy to pick up and play. One of the neat things about it is cross-platform, so you can play on your computer or on your phone. We actually, one of the evenings that we wanted to have kind of game night for Hit Grab, because we do that every once in a while, where we just kind of, we'll have a trivia night or board games or whatever. One of the nights we ended up having kind of a few groups playing Among Us, and it's pretty fun. But yeah, we played it like quite a while back before it was cool. True hipsters. I don't know what I'm getting at, but that's a nice little fun thing you can do if you enjoy that kind of thing. All right. I don't know what this little alcove is, but it was there in the sketch, so here we go. And then I'll give this its own little kind of color here. This is just, I guess, a hinge panel thingy. I was imagining that this thing somehow kind of helps this pivot. It's like an elbow joint of some kind for this panel here. I feel like I've gotten a lot of the design kind of blocked in. I actually kind of want to do another layer for this, even though it feels unnecessary. Just to kind of get these panels colored a little more correctly. And this thing, I don't know, is this a button? Maybe it's a button. Could be a button. Sunken in button. Is it a red button? Don't press the red button. It calls to you. Who knows? I don't know what it is either. Does anybody? Maybe it's like we were talking about having some exposed area. Maybe this is actually going to have some damage and exposed wiring or something. Could be. Why not? Yeah. A trip plate button or something like that. I think I'll leave it as like a button for now, and then obviously we can just tweak it. So I'll actually lighten it up on the front side of it. Maybe kind of give it a little more plastic coloring. The sketch is a little bit interfering with the color, so that looks a little more button, I guess. It'll have kind of like a bit more shadow on the inner edge there, I think, because it's sunken in. So let's try that real quick. I'll even use my occlusion brush. Yeah, something like that. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, button. All right. So, how do we feel about all this mess? I think I want to add some metallic feel to it. I think that'll bring it a lot further, a lot quicker. So what I'm thinking is I'll make sure that all of these kind of weird sunken details are filled in with this layer here. Use my smoothed brush, get it to 100%, why not? Just drag it along. See how lagged that is? That's on purpose though. It's not like my computer is just thinking too hard. It basically course corrects more easily. Can't see what it's doing there, but it lets you kind of like have much smoother control. That's why it's called smoothing. But without using that, I would have had to draw this multiple times to get it this straight. It's not perfectly straight either, but that's just part of the style. I don't draw straight lines usually. Okay, so I think maybe this should go a bit further in, and then maybe, I don't know, should it go up? Am I on the correct layer? Yeah, it's just because I don't have the sketch darkening it. I don't design lovely machinery and vehicles. I make weird machines that are unpleasing. It kind of makes me think of like, what is that game? The one where you're like trying to disarm a bomb, and like one player has the instructions and then the other player has the actual bomb, and they have to get like told what to do with it. That's kind of the feel of it, I think, and that's perfect. What is it? Don't stop speaking and no one explodes or something? Am I doing Inktober? I don't think I am. I'm so bad at doing those challenges, but I've kind of already set myself up with challenges that I think are already difficult enough for me. It's a great challenge to do, and I know that other artists on our team have done those kinds of challenges. Like Maxine did the Mermaid challenge and actually won it, which is incredible because there's a lot of very, very awesome artists that take part in that, and she was the one who was like the best. So that was pretty cool. She actually won like a Cintiq for it and awesome prizes and stuff. It's very cool. She's very, very talented. And then yeah, like I don't necessarily have the discipline to follow through with it enough, unfortunately. And so I sometimes try to do it, but I've never actually successfully managed to. And part of that's just kind of like the drive, and that's a thing that I struggle with a lot. And so what I am going to do for my kind of like personal challenge and growth is working on the prototype a week idea, because I right now have a lot of kind of passion and energy towards that, and so I kind of want to foster that, but then I'm also going to be working on actually posting stuff to my social media, because I don't actually do that. That's not wise. It's a good thing to get better at, so I'm going to try and work on that. So basically, a post a week is infinitely more than I've been doing. So I'll be trying to do that as my challenge. Yeah, I'm probably going to like try and do some personal drawing as well, because that is also something I should do. But yeah, basically it's like, if I want to succeed, I don't know if it'll work if I try to do too many things, but those are all good things to work on, I think, so not a bad idea. Yeah, I've never actually successfully done an Inktober. I've done some images for it before, but hey, computer, it's weird it didn't draw. Yeah, unfortunately I've not been able to make myself do those. It's bad. I think one of the difficulties for me is I'm an artist that like really likes having kind of like a specific design I need to do. So with MouseHunt art, I enjoy working on it, and I have a lot of fun with it. But it also, there's like a clear design that needs to happen. Like I know what bases need to be like, or at least close enough that I feel comfortable just kind of diving in and working on one. I know what the mice need to be like, and especially like when we've been working on areas nowadays, we like really kind of like figure out the overall aesthetic and design. And yeah, exactly. It's working with constraints, and my brain is like, absolutely, I love that. I need all that kind of like specific kind of. It needs to do these things. I need parameters and goals and stuff like that to kind of like be able to even start. There's nothing more challenging to me than having just a blank page with no requirements for it, right? And I think that Inktober and other such challenges are actually well done in that they do actually have kind of like, here's the theme, here's kind of like the goals, but sometimes I think I need more parameters than that. At least if I'm not like already like really excited to work on that project. Um, so that's why I can draw mice all day, every day. But kind of doing like a random quick drawing where I'm like, I don't even know where to begin is so hard for me, and it's silly. But that's kind of how I feel about it. How do I feel about this, though? I'm trying to go for kind of these kind of this weird panel that opens. So I'm just trying to get the angle right on that. I think that's a bit better. Yeah, like for example, with the prototyping stuff that I'm doing, one of the things about that is I know kind of like I have all these ideas, and the challenge on that is making sure I keep the scope low enough to do it within kind of the appropriate time frame for the skills that I possess, which are very low. So it's going to be a challenge, but it's one that I'm like passionate about right now, so it's a little easier for me to kind of like jump in and do that. Yeah, that is a challenge, you know, like having your day job be art and then wanting to kind of do personal art on the side is always something that I've not been able to kind of like balance out as easily. I've done things like having kind of warm-up sketches, and I always have a good time with it. Or like doing a portrait from, you know, like Reddit gets drawn as just a practice thing, and I really do enjoy it when I work on it, but like I guess starting it is kind of one of those things that I struggle with. You know, I sometimes am like, maybe I'll work on a random portrait, and then I'll like just end up sitting there looking through like 50 portraits and being like, these 4 are pretty good, and I might enjoy drawing these, and then I don't pick, and so I don't end up doing it. Oops. could be better in how I do all those things, obviously. All right, so I did do those on the same layer. That's fine. That's fine. What color should these panels be? Yeah, too much freedom is suffocating. It's so true. Trip plate button. Back is itchy. Yes, that's an interesting point. Doing Inktober where I just draw mice with that theme. Maybe that would work. I would like to be able to draw stuff other than mice, though. Gotten decent at drawing MouseHunt style mice. I kind of am out of practice at everything else, though. All right. Oh, that's a fun idea. Yeah. Grab should sell iPhone cases designed to look like the trap bases. That's an interesting idea. I like that. Actually, totally random thought. I don't know if it would be something we'll do or pursue, but there's this kind of cool thing that artists do now where they actually like produce these vinyl kind of like cutouts of characters where it's printed on kind of like a sheet of acrylic, and basically they're these standees, so you have kind of like this kind of disc that maybe has a nice print on it, and then there's slots that the character kind of sits inside of, and they're all kind of this plastic acrylic, and basically you can kind of like design whatever you want, and then it can kind of stand and be in this nice 3D space. Just like Alex has been kind of working on a very awesome looking standee, and I'm very impressed and inspired, and I'm kind of like, what if MouseHunt standee though? So that could be neat. I don't know. Would people be interested in something like that? Do you even know what I'm kind of talking about? I kind of want to pull out. We have a few of them. Let me just see if. Alex, too focused. Can I show this one? I just wanted to show an acrylic standee because I was talking about him. Is it? Yeah.
No,
No? Okay. All right. That's fine.
because it's not my art.
It's not. I'm not blaming it to be. I just wanted to show it. But that's fine. I don't need to. Never mind. All right. Well, I shall continue what we're doing here. We are at 3:30. Okay, so. Oh, I have messages. Am I missing stuff? Hope I'm not. Ooh. Okay. All right. Never mind. I am not missing anything in the messages or a meeting that I was like, is it today? We're good. So we can keep going. Yeah, I think that's the spelling of it. Your birthday is Halloween too? Yes, the best. All right, let's see. Yeah. Okay, what do we think of the color? I should probably keep this within the realm of what we're working on, shouldn't I? So we can adjust the color on a few of these things pretty easily. And so we could kind of like have this be the kind of coppery paneling, or like making it kind of almost the exact same. Like, that's kind of neat, even with it being kind of like more muted version of it. I kind of like them close together-ish. It's kind of neat if maybe they have like a different finish on them, but they look similar. Like one's matte, one's kind of shiny. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm almost picturing it like one of those kind of electric panel boxes, and then these would be kind of the paneling that you open up, or like a toolkit or something like that. That's kind of how I'm imagining this. So I drop the saturation. Like now they're very close, and I kind of like that. And actually, these corner ones I'm going to turn into lights. Kind of think that might work. And then we can still have kind of like that orange chevron kind of alert looking stuff going on. Yeah. What do we think? Yeah, white and silver. Okay. Good. Good. All right. And then this, let's see if it might benefit from just kind of sliding around a bit. I think keeping it feeling silver is probably good. So is it kind of like a little more mechanical, maybe? Um, yeah, yeah, I think it is a little nicer with it. Yeah, especially since we have kind of like going for a little bit more of an electronic feel. This does feel a little bit more appropriate. Yeah, there you go. Seems like you guys are seeing it how I see it, where, yeah, yeah, all right, cool. This does feel more appropriate suddenly. Awesome, perfect. That's what I want. Okay, so this can kind of pull back a bit as well. Actually, I think I'll just match this. Where do I match that? Turn off the sketch for a second. Okay, it already was that. Too light. Yeah, that's good. So these parts here, all the way up here, these ones are a little bit darker than I think they should be, maybe. It's like this one should probably be somewhere in between. And then this is kind of a speaker type thing, so want to have that kind of like the different layers of it pop out how they need to. toned down a bit, I think. Actually, I'll keep this at 100%. I just need to darken it. There we go. Cool. And then I can kind of add just a little bit more. Can darken this just a little bit more with some texture. So at least that's how I kind of imagine those speakers look. I actually looked at one up close in quite a while. Alright. Let's see, what else? I think the light here could use a little attention. So do we want like this kind of thing going on here? It's not bad. I kind of actually want to get like a blue LED or something. Or maybe there's like a scale where it's like let's see, maybe it kind of like has some kind of range of colored light to show its status or something like that. I don't know if this is going to work. The DEF CON light. Yeah, I don't know if that like feels like some kind of alert. I feel like it'd be better if it was more kind of oranges and reds and yellows maybe. Or like maybe. Is it blues and like red for kind of emergency vehicle? Oof, that's horrible to look at. I do not enjoy that. It's too obnoxious. I guess that's the point, is that you can't ignore it. Kind of like it as maybe just blue. Or should it be like orange? Like it's like a turn signal. Although I guess I have this one back here that could do that. Is this on that layer? Yeah, it is. There we go. Turn signal. Just on one side, it can only turn left. It doesn't have this kind of corner light up here. I don't know what I've created. Yeah, it could be a gauge on it with colors. Warning triangle is slightly out of perspective. I think you're right. Let's see. One way we could try to do this is start with a circle. Give it a fill, and then let's do a layer on top of that. Deselect. And actually, what I'll do is, that's not the color. Fill that there, and then grab this here, and let's this. This is probably how I should have done it from the start. Maybe. Oh, it's using the smoothing. That's why it's being all weird. Always gets me, that smoothing. Okay, so eraser I could use smoothing on that. It seems centered enough. Warning, warning. And then we'll just round that edge there. Eh. It's not actually that centered, is it? The exclamation point is a little left-leaning, I think. I guess I could do this. That may help. Good enough. All right, so we have that. Now the challenge is to make that. Oh goodness, what is selected out here? I think I know what it is. There we go. Yeah, I just accidentally tapped my stylus out to the side. Okay, so first of all, we'll want to kind of rotate it to be in line with the center line of this. Right? So it's kind of going in that direction, and then we'll flatten it out to kind of match that plane, and probably need to stretch it a little bit, and then bring this corner in for perspective purposes. Maybe pull that one out and up a bit, and shrink it into place. It's probably not the most effective way. But basically, I'm trying to get each of these kind of outer lines to match what the base dimensions are, because it is a perfect circle within a perfect square. So if I can make the square match the perspective of the base, then that should make the circle match the perspective properly. Which is a bit hard because the actual shapes of the base are not actually that ideal, I don't think. But maybe this is getting a little closer to where it needs to be. I think I need to hide the original. I can figure out what layer it's on. Goodbye. So that's probably a little more accurate. Maybe it's a little too kind of squished down, unfortunately. So maybe I'll try that again. But first, I'll get rid of this so I can actually see what's going on. Cut that out, put it on a different layer just so I have it as backup just in case, and try this again. Alright, so move this down, rotate you, let's line it up here, and here, and this is a weird and horrifying method that probably is not actually a very good way to do this. And here we are doing it this way. Does not seem like the best method, huh? Yeah, it does feel pretty flattened. So I think I am kind of like trying to squish it down just a little too far. I think I need to widen it out. And I'll shrink it in. Okay, that fits a little better. It keeps wanting to be that flat, I think. So either this needs to be pulled down, but then we like change the ellipse to being more kind of tilted. So that's a sign that it's not squared up anymore. I think I'll have to just go with that and then tweak everything around it, which probably means that it'll be better. So I suppose it being squashed down like that is probably how it should be. It is tilted quite far away from us. It's like further than a 45 degrees, so I imagine that it actually squishes more than that, or to an equivalent amount. So if it was facing us directly and it tilts away 45 degrees, I guess, you know, that needs to be shrunk down by an equivalent to that ratio. And so if it goes from this to like perfectly, 90 degrees from us, that's going to go from, perfectly flat to also completely, or perfectly square to completely flat in that range. So, basically I need to consider what is that angle and how much would it squish in relation to that. And that does maybe work. Does this even look all right to you guys? Is it off? Spun on, leave it alone now? Okay, thanks. I trust your eyes. Who knows when you said that though, because there's good delay and I am very good at missing the chat. So now I'm asking, is this good? Does it need to be a little taller? I feel like it needs to be a little taller, but it was weird when I tried to push that. So instead, I am going to make this not look bad. Make this match it. It's pretty good. Okay, cool. Thank you. Sometimes I trick myself with my own kind of like geography in it. 10 seconds ago? Alright, cool. Can never be sure how far behind I am. Because I am very good at not actually watching the chat very effectively. Alright. That said, I feel like, yeah, this does feel a little bit more accurate. So it was pretty far off. That's bad. That's not great. I admit that I did know that it was a little bit off in some parts because when I was kind of lining up these things during the sketch, stuff didn't line up where it actually needed to. And I had kind of fiddled with it a little bit and then just kind of was like, all right, I'll come back to this and figure it out when I render it. And maybe it's not that bad, so maybe I don't need to worry about it. But then you pointed it out, and you were right. Helped me figure that one out. Yeah, that feels better. I like it. Makes me think the speaker needs to be just a little bit more squished, though. Can I? I think I'll just merge it, to be honest. It's not Clip Studio where you can like just take a selection from multiple layers. Boom, done. Easy. Alright, that feels better. I kind of like the blue light there, and then if I make this an orange back here, or a red, rather, I feel like that is capturing that kind of like, you know, intense kind of blue-red color scheme from like an emergency vehicle or something kind of like that. But then also gives that feeling of like the rear tail light, which is kind of fun because it helps play into the vehicle portion of the space. What are we doing, guys? Is this crazy? Perfect. All right. Turn that back on and keep it. It's good. This is gone. No more. Where are you, triangle? I see you interfering with the design. Where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? Why can't I find you? There you are. Bite. Alright. Just cleaning that up. Let's see. Okay, let's get some angles on things. Get a little more metal feel to it. I like this feeling a little more matte. And to do that well, let's see, I think I want to have a little bit of texture to it. Because like, it's not going to have the highlights be quite as focused in the same kind of tight range. Kind of spreads the light out a bit. Because it's kind of just about the surface of it. And if something is like incredibly smooth, it will be very reflective. And so this, to kind of like get this matte texture, is quite textured and bumpy, so that light hitting it won't bounce off at the same angle, and kind of like, or similar enough angle, and have kind of like a lot of the exact kind of like, you know, light hitting it is predictable, whereas with something matte, because it's such a kind of rough texture. Hello, Photoshop, wake up. Computer is not happy. Come on. me move. I'm gonna save. Ah, there we go. Classic Creative Cloud. So anytime my computer hangs, it's because of this thing. I cannot get rid of it. I have basically told it to never turn on and shut it off in like every way I can. And then it just decides to open itself every once in a while. And then like, I'm gonna check for updates. You're welcome. And then it like just makes my computer hang for seconds. And it's very scary. But now it works again. Okay, so save, probably have to undo because it looks like I messed. Yep, there we go. So yeah, basically I want to kind of like get a little bit of texture on it because that'll help it kind of be a matte surface. Because it scatters light so much more randomly, so you don't get these tight highlights. Oop. Oop. Blending outside of the shape, so it kind of lost some information. There we go. All right. Okay, I was going to get a straight line cut on that. Same with here. It's a little sloppy. Might as well clean it up. It's easy. Feels a little better. All right, so I'm also going to darken these panels because they're in the shade there. Actually, it kind of has almost like a DeLorean feel to it, which is fun. Not going to complain. Silly, silly car. Okay. Gotta be careful about blending near the corners. This is just blending nothing into this. So it adds that white. It's not always how it works, though. I don't know. Or maybe it's because I have the layer locked? No, I do that all the time. I don't know. Sometimes what I do is a mystery. Maybe it is because it's locked. I think normally it's because it's a clipping layer, and what it's clipped to helps keep my clean edges. So that makes sense. All right. Bring the sketch back. That's the wrong base. And let's get some darker shadows in here. Get these looking very sad. Oh no. Even though these are kind of upward facing and actually would be kind of catching some light. So I'll actually get this color, those edges, to indicate that that's what's happening. And then they just have like some cast light or cast shadow onto them. So these feel like a little bit more like there's a divot. You can kind of like catch your finger on and you know, pull that up. So that's good. I might as well just kind of get like a little edge on these. Try setting your wireless connection properties to set as muted connection. Now this perspective is weird compared to that one. I got wonky perspective all over this thing, huh? Yeah. This part here, I think, is not angled enough. It needs to come down more here. Yeah, so one of the things about the original base design is like it's not actually good. If I were to like model a 3D base and put it in place, it would probably be a very different looking shape. And I don't think I can change that because all of the other traps are working upon this specific shape. So you basically need to adhere to it. And that can make it a little bit awkward. Yeah, it seems fine. Good enough. Okay. Just want to get a little bit of that highlight. And it's definitely not going to be as bright a highlight because it's so scattered, right? So I could maybe add a little bit more here. It gets quite a bit lighter, but then when compared to like any of the other actually metallic surfaces, it's not going to be nearly as strong a highlight, I don't think. But also, if it's like a very kind of sharp corner, that might make it a little bit more effective at kind of clustering the light. But also see how it's kind of like softly wrapping around that corner. It's not like a very sharp turn, and then maybe like down here there's a bit of the surface kind of catching that light as well. So hopefully that feels a little more kind of matte textured, and then when I like highlight the edge of the other material, that might even further kind of define that. I hope it works that way. I think it should. But we shall see. Alright, so basically I want to do similar here. Get a nice little highlight edge there. And kind of spread it out a bit. And just blend it in. It's probably more than it needs, to be honest, but sometimes I like to exaggerate. Cool. All right. Let's see. Let's jump down to this, and then let's try hitting it with like a nice metallic highlight. We'll just use a regular hard edge circle brush. And with reflective stuff, it's kind of like based upon what angle you're looking at it compared to the light source. And when you have like something shiny and you walk around it, looking at it, you'll actually see the highlight moving on that surface because it's it's a mirror effect, right? It's reflecting the light at you, whereas something that isn't reflective is just kind of like lit up by light when you move around it. You don't have that kind of like specular highlight follow you. So the light is just too scattered. Right. So I am smoothing this out. Maybe I don't want to smooth it out too much, but it does have a stronger highlight, so that somewhat helps. I think I will actually kind of keep it tighter though. I think by smoothing it out, I kind of like made it a little closer to the that matte texture. Need to kind of like imagine it a little bit more like how I do the chrome, where I'm basically reflecting the scene on the surfaces. It's very complicated technique to do, but it can be fun. Alright, so here I think I want to kind of like get a little bit more sky kind of reflected on the surface of it, just to make them feel even more different. So can I just cover this whole thing? Probably. Actually, let's just grab that and fill and erase here. Where else I need to erase it? I think that's probably okay. So it's gotten a little bit more kind of like saturated. Maybe I will tone down the actual saturation of it, but I do like it being brighter. Pull that down, light it up even more. Maybe it's fine with a bit of saturation if it's bright enough. Now those panels feel quite different from each other, so it's probably a bit too far. Yeah, it helps with it kind of being a bit more 3D. It might look weird when I have traps on it and it kind of doesn't have that same kind of bright, like it should be cast or reflecting the surface of the trap, or have some more kind of like light blocked from something in the way. But you know that's something I can't really control anyways, so maybe I don't need to worry so much about it. So this part here, I've been kind of ignoring, but I think is a very important piece of this design. So I want to get this to look right. So first of all, I'm going to make it a little more blue. So I think this will look pretty cool if I get it right. Basically, I want there to be this kind of like window into this object, whatever it is. So I want it to kind of have a nice kind of thickness to the edges of it. And then there's kind of like a piece of plate glass that the cheese is sitting on, right? Sure, that's fine. And then just to kind of try something, I want to have like a little light inside of it. So there's kind of like something interesting in here. But these lights are like underneath everything else. So they get cut off here. here. So those lights are like inside whatever this is. And then just to kind of top it all off, I want to kind of get some nice bright reflection of basically like the sky kind of. I think that's probably a terrible reflection, but we'll try it, see how it looks. That's not going to be a good selection. Okay, and then I'll use soft eraser to kind of knock that back a bit, because it's not a perfect reflection. I just want to show it having its kind of glass texture, right? So hopefully that works. And like another element of it is like, oh well, there's the cheese here, so I need to kind of be aware of how that affects things quite a bit. If you look at that, so I need to work around that, I think. And then let's see. So I have kind of that nice sky color, but I think I could catch just this highlight that's on the other metal bits, like right at the edge of this thing, to kind of like try and give it a little bit of a lip. So maybe this is just kind of slightly sitting up on that surface there, just poking out just ever so slightly. Because it's very kind of hard-edged and very reflective, it's going to catch that light and create a nice strong highlight, even especially right at this corner. Because it depends on where my actual light source should be, but I think that's probably okay. Go right to the edge. There we go. So now that feels like it's kind of like sitting up just a smidge, just a hair. And then maybe I'll even have a little bit of light eaten up there. And final thing to kind of sell that risen plate thing is just chopping off those sharp edges right at those corners. Cool. All right, I think that might work for that. Actually, I gotta find that layer again. Erase that there. Erase that there, and actually I'm going to add just a little bit of the atmosphere kind of highlight on this edge here. And then just smooth that into it a little bit. And that kind of also helps kind of define that shape a bit. Okay. Sure, that's good. Why not? Good enough. Oh, there's a bit of a glow there. Get rid of that. Okay. We are at 420. So yeah, that's pretty much what I was going for. There's just this interesting, I don't know what's in there kind of feeling about it. So that feels like there's just even more mystery and surprise hidden within. How deep does it go? You never know. So we haven't done the wheels or the wheel wells or kind of like these kind of corners. I think that'll add a lot. The kind of light there, the door hinge thing here, this hinge, the rope, I think with those things covered, it'll be in a much better place. So, what happened to this red? That's not a very good button color anymore. Did something to you, didn't I? I'm so sorry. I'm a monster. Alright. So let's do the wheels. I think the wheels are going to be pretty important. So let's get them to look good. My goodness, there's so many layers. I'm uncomfortable. Alright. Wheels. Let's see. I kind of think I do want to keep it in the warmer, darker range, but maybe do this for the parts that are kind of facing towards the outside. They get a little bit more light on them, I suppose. I should lock this layer. And I haven't really turned off. Oh, I have been turning off the sketch actually, so never mind. I was gonna say, like, I haven't been turning off the sketch to get a good look at this. I think I have. And then I think I'll go quite a bit darker. Deep in the shadows here, I feel like it get very hard to see. Very little light kind of bouncing around deep in that wheel well, which is good, because then I can kind of feel justified in having there be kind of a darker shadow on the ground there. It'll also allow me to kind of add more definition between the tank treads. And I think the wheels could be a little sunken in by comparison, because before they were just like tires, where like the size of them are out as far as they go, but with tank treads they kind of sink in a little bit and the treads come out from that. So I'm going to pull back on these a little bit, sink them in a bit. It says join Jacob for a shorter stream. Yeah, that's just how it goes. Hey, if we end it before 5, it'll be short for me, right? I think I want to actually get a little bit kind of this rust color. I think I'm going to have to get rid of this sketch as well. It's kind of throwing me off a little bit, or at least erase these ellipses for the original tires. So I'll get rid of those. I'll keep the rest of it because I am using those to see the tank treads. Okay, cool. That feels better. Let's see, where are you? Tank treads. So many layers. Help. Here you are. Too many layers, and they're not actually making much sense. I'm very bad at layers. Okay. Yeah, I kind of think that this color scheme is a little bit more interesting, because it is like a weird melding of textures, and it's kind of fun to play with the material quality for those. So I'm going to keep it more saturated too. Actually, I'm just going to fill that in right now. Still throwing myself off with it. No, that didn't help. I don't think that helped. I just basically need to plot out how sunken in these are, and then what the shape of this wheel would be in that case. Quite dark in there. Very good. Probably some cast shadow on that too. Alright. It's maybe feeling a little better there. It's pretty dark. So I think I can make that read better if I play around with the values and saturation and stuff like that. But I think that's kind of going in the direction that I would like. How much is too saturated? It's pretty saturated. I'll leave that. Leave that for now. I think that's okay. Can always come back later and tweak it. And I am running lower on time. So need to try and at least make these feel like they belong with each other. It's a little closer. Okay, now just going to be pushing and pulling between these two kind of colors that I have picked. Basically, I have the very bright and saturated and the very kind of deep in shadow. Okay. Sunken in? Yeah. I think so. Okay, there's not really anything else that shares that as kind of as strongly. So I want to balance that out a little bit. So what I'm thinking now is I could use, might take a minute to find the right layer because there are just so many. Okay, I can get rid of that. Okay, so this, what if that was that kind of metal there? Why not? Might as well. Okay, so that kind of like balances it out a little bit over there. This button thing I'm gonna turn way more red. I think that'll also help balance out this kind of bright backlight there. I can get the right layer for you one day. Too many layers, everybody. Did I like erase it? Possibly. Let's try something. Aha! I see what I did. I was wondering if that was the case. Okay. Let's see what's up. Painted over it. Alright, so nice, strong, kind of plasticky button. Kind of annoying how those layers work. Not happy with that. Technically this should be a part. Might merge stuff pretty soon, to be honest. Starting to get frustrating with all the weird kind of like everything's on the wrong layer because Jacob doesn't know how to plan. Let's see. Don't like that. It's too wide. Nope. Okay. I think that's fine. All right. Slight color difference, and the treads are made out of tiny platinum bars. Brutal. I like it. Let's see. All right, 4:30. Can we figure this out before the end of the stream? I was like, by 5, and I'm like, no, that's not what's gonna happen. I'm doing a full Jacob stream. I have a Charlie. I know. Not trying to block the camera or my Cintiq right now. That's wonderful. Okay, that's too dark. lighten that up. And then get this light here. Oh, I should probably turn off my sketch at this point. I've kind of plotted out pretty much everything that we'll need to right now. So the sketch is really just going to be messing with our colors. So it's a lot cleaner looking, which is probably a good thing. You sleep? Okay. Oh, I do need to get the wheel well. Let's deal with the wheel well. Let's just do a new layer right now. As much as I'm done with adding more layers, let's add another layer. Just to make sure that this goes behind stuff. I don't like just kind of like, well, I guess I'll just fill that in with a darker color, I guess. Even though there would need to be the ground for this to make sense, but yeah. I expect you'll let me get away with this, right? Wash is good. It's just sitting on the couch, I think. Alex is drawing on their iPad over there. Wash hangs out. Okay. It's so like very vibrant on the stream, this red. On my screen it's so different looking. It's fascinating. I'm very warm, Charlie. You are cooking me alive. Okay. So a couple of things that I'm missing from this. The hinges back there, and then there's kind of these sunken plates. So I think if I do a layer on top, yep, more layers. I'm just going to grab this darker color and then just kind of lock in these panels. Just try and kind of make them fit the shape just a little bit better than they were, because I did change this ellipse thanks to it being pointed out that it's not as in perspective as it could be. I appreciate it, always. So I have to tweak those a little bit. I'll actually have a little bit of a gap between the hinge and that part. Cool. And here as well. I don't think I need to have it kind of squeeze in between here. Okay, let's turn off the sketch. See if these look terrible. Not terrible, but I'll definitely clean the shape a bit. Let's use a straight, smooth eraser to kind of link these two together. Same deal across this set and here as well. Okay, so those should line up a little bit better. And it too. Alright. Kind of bring that in there a little bit. Respect that ellipse. Okay. I'm just going to bulk these up on the inner sides that we'll see from this angle. And that might help it look a bit more like a sunken kind of embossing of the doors, I guess. It's pretty thick. Yeah, alright. Soften that edge just a bit. I feel like I don't want really crisp, sharp edges for an embossed kind of metal thing. Just slightly rounded. I don't want it to shear the metal. Okay, and then if I soften the inner edge here, does that look okay? Yeah, I don't think that's terrible. And then since it's like kind of the same as these panels here, I could hit it with another layer. Actually, just a kind of highlight on this edge here. Just to kind of make it even more 3D. It's like technically these angles are probably catching better light than the rest of it, so they should probably be lighter than darker. Doing a lot of head tilting today. Alright, so also soften that up a bit. We can erase a bit too. Just to make sure it has a little bit more definition. Although I think in some of those corners they would actually be pretty soft transitions, so just soften those a little bit. Yeah. All right. Okay, yeah, that looks like some sunken panels now. There's some nice, thanks, Charlie. Some nice kind of like punched in embossed detail. And actually I'm gonna take a bit of this shadow here, and I think I will hit it on this to go darker, I think. Even darker? Yeah, even darker. Okay, that'll work. I just want to make sure that that has a little bit stronger read there. Doesn't need to be absolutely everywhere, but that really helps sell it being kind of punched in there. So that feels good to me. Don't forget to save. Thank you. Save. Oh, goodness. Ugh. Oh. Just need to move things again. Sometimes when I'm like focused on a piece of the work, I'll tense up because I'm like trying to get it smooth and clean and exact, and I can end up kind of like just getting very rigid. I know that if I haven't done line work in eons, but when I've tried to do line work in the past, I end up very kind of tense because of it. It's just what my body does when I try and do line art. I do not have a steady hand, and it overcompensates, perhaps. I don't know how I feel about this. I'll ignore it. This circle here could maybe go darker. More like having it, having it be kind of like the glass pane kind of darkness, or this kind of like LED panel, but instead it's kind of the auburn version of it. I think that's fine. And then this here, I want it to be kind of like maybe more kind of cabling or wires or something like that. So I'll grab some kind of more oranges and... Ooh, is this where the chevron should be? Because I did say I should add them, and then I never did. So like, what if... Stand back. Woo! Woo! Don't know if I like that angle for it, though. It certainly seems a little more intimidating. Like, you don't want to step near that thing or it's going to release something quite powerful and dangerous. So that's kind of neat. Maybe I'll make that a little more dimensional too. Yeah, okay. I think that does work. I'm going to go with that kind of chevron brown there. But I am going to give it a little bit of this highlight too, because I like this. And I think we could bring it here pretty easily. Cool. Yeah, I think that's okay. It'll be interesting to see what traps look like on top of all this. Let's give it a save. Let's throw a trap on. Yeah, you lose everything. All this work. What's the point? Alright, well, that's a thing that I can't really do anything about. You'll just have to equip a different trap. Alas. Well, the blue light at least won't look terrible because I chose it as blue on top. If it was a different color, it'd not work, but it should work with the blue. Maybe I should have kind of like used this to kind of like choose where I design certain things, but it's a little like, I think people will probably just be like, well, that's a neat looking base. So that's good. Oh boy. Oy vey. Yeah. Um, yeah, okay. Crystal Crucible Trap. That's true. I think the like not upgraded version of this doesn't have as bright a glow on the base as well. And then, hey, more reason to come back here with stuff you get from floating islands, I guess, to get to use this sweet looking base. Because I honestly, I suspect that out of the kind of hunters, um, you guys will probably be more inclined to use this version of it, just based off of kinda what I hear from you lot. You are those hunters who kind of have gotten to the point where it's like all about being very speedy. Get the boss, get out. All right. So okay. Goodness, that's a lot of layers, and I think we can start to merge them. I am gonna get the rope real quick. Let's turn the sketch on for that. So rope. Let's go lock the layer. And probably give it a little more color. It's probably a nice synthetic rope. Kind of looks like rope, I guess. I think I could get some deeper shadows that might help it. Just to read. Meh. Maybe I need to get quite a bit more yellow in this, to be honest. I feel like where I've placed the chat is not actually as helpful as I thought it was originally, because my arm is just always over top of it. And honestly, sometimes I like look over at my streaming window to see if it's changed instead of just looking at the chat box. Let me try something a little different with it. See if that helps. Rope. All right. I could try putting it down here. Here. And I'll just see when there's like a new single new kind of thing, and unfortunately that means I might need to kind of like scroll up more and remember to scroll down again, because that's happened before. But at least I'd notice if it changes, and then I'll just draw it here. Should be fine. Rope drawing, you have a gift for it. Well, thanks. I wasn't sure if it actually felt like rope or not, but I suppose it is good enough. All right. Too many layers. I'm trying to find just the one. just do the simple thing of using my move tool, holding control and clicking, and that will find the layer for me. That's a better way to go about this. Done. Okay, I'm gonna deepen the shadows in here. And just so that the edge of the rope kind of like feel like they're sunken into that a little bit more. That's okay. It's pretty high contrast, but whatever. I think it's acceptable. Let's see. This part's weird. I'm not a fan. Ooh, I guessed right. Awesome. Get a little bit of texture on that. Blend that. And then this one, oddly enough, is like all the way down at the bottom. And just get that softer rolled edge. And then I just need to go like extremely dark for that button, probably. This will be interesting when I take it out of the grayscale mode. I have it right there. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, that's not as bad. I am going to darken here, though. Actually, it might get a bit of this kind of red bouncing into it. It feels a little better. Just want there to be a bit more of a gap. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, there's just so many things that I want to just blend between. I have been fighting merging my layers. I suppose that's a good thing, because I am able to kind of like keep my layers locked while I kind of blend things, and that's probably good. But I am about to merge stuff, and it is 5 o'clock, so I'd say that that's probably, if I'm going to merge my layers, or at least a few of them, I think I've held off long enough. I've earned this. I will destroy these layers. This is the last thing I do. Okay, so that's kind of, I don't know if that works as the light doesn't look as good as I had hoped. Ooh, maybe a way to do it is instead of just throwing white on top of that, I should actually, let's see what happens when I take a color dodge. Let's tweak this angle a bit. Is it a bunch of little thin ones? That might be too much. Or maybe not. That actually looks like a weird tech thing now, suddenly. And that's kind of interesting. I don't know what it is, but kind of like it. Yeah. Actually, I like that. I don't know what it is, but sure. Now let's see how much the labyrinth messes it up. Kind of weird, but it works. It doesn't look that bad. All right. Yeah, a little bit more detail in the light gray around the rope and speaker. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, okay, that's not hard to do though, because I think it's just a case of hitting it with some highlights in the right places, and I have a layer just for that. It's like these edges. And it's good that I didn't merge the layers right here, because this is much easier when I have separation of these. I think I'll probably just get like little kind of like embossed details, kind of like, see, I have this track running here and it does nothing, but it might be useful to kind of like have something similar kind of around these shapes. Something like that, maybe. And then come in with like some shadows here. Right? Who knows? Yeah, just a little bit of detail adds just a touch, just a bit more kind of interest and intrigue. So I'll bring this around to this side as well, just to even it out. Yeah. Again, don't really need to go too far with it. Just a hint is fine. Okay. All right. Heck yeah. All right. I think that's okay. I might kind of like add a little bit of this here and there. Just, it's kind of that greeble, right? Where there needs to be just a little bit more interest. Just a hint of something to kind of like break up the monotony of such a kind of big, broad, flat area. I can also do those hinges now. Guess they're hinges. Good enough. I think that's fine. But I still want them to kind of like maintain it being kind of like one shape, one piece. So when I kind of like do this, I don't want to break it apart into tons of small pieces. I still want it to look like it's all connected, because that'll just kind of help with balancing things. So what I might do is just kind of lighten up a bit on it, just kind of erase it a little bit so it's not as dark and contrasty. But they're also pretty thin. They kind of like just add a little bit of cool looking detail What if I even just kind of surround this with it to kind of pop it out? Might be okay. Technically, maybe it should have just had kind of like a little lip of this around it, where there's just kind of a gap, and then it almost looks like it kind of snaps into place or something. But I'll leave that. I think that looks okay. All right, so now what happens if I take my super soft eraser and I just pull back on that? Just enough to kind of make it visible and do what it needs to kind of like add some interest to it, but also make it kind of like the least important out of all the details in that area. I think that could be okay to do, because they're just accenting it. They're not trying to steal the show, just to assist and balance it. And yeah, that's perfect. I think that just adds just enough quality to it to kind of like, create some interesting texture. I don't know if this is too open here. Is there anything? Maybe we actually just add like a little kind of like screw holes or something. There's just these bolts in a couple of places. Could do something like this. And then there's a little bit of a kind of parallel between the thief base and this base, because that actually has kind of similar kind of panels or rivets or whatever they would be. And I should probably try and make them feel like they have something connecting them, which is a bit odd that they don't. They're very different. So I'll just pretend it was your guys' fault that I made these designs so very different from each other. I totally didn't start with a sketch already. And, you guys made me do this, so there you go. I'm gonna blame you. I don't think I need that one there, but I think I might put one like on the side here. I need to go quite a bit darker to make that work. I don't think those angles. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. But maybe I do continue this trim kind of thing here. I don't know what it is or why it is. I should probably maintain the same height, which is interesting because it kind of clicks into the bottom of these. So I don't like that, actually. So maybe I just end these. That looks a little better. Just go off the bottom there. Do the same thing here. Oh boy, this is just a lot. This is a lot. All right. Oh yeah, the like little black screws around the speaker. I don't know if it needs it, but that's kind of a fun. Totally got the perspective wrong on that. It's kind of awkwardly positioned. did this to myself. I suppose these should probably line up a bit better with the overall design. If we're going to have them. It's going to be just not great to try and kind of use. Well, actually, maybe that's fine. I don't know if that works. What do we think? I think that maybe works. Too tight? Maybe. I'm going to add a little bit of shadow. A couple of spots. Just amp up the definition in the corners. We are looking at 5:13, and I think I'll try to wrap up. Obviously, there's still more to do on like the thief base, and I would say even this one too. But I think I'm getting a little exhausted at this point, to be honest. So I don't want to just kind of overdo it on this piece and kind of, you know, just make a mess out of it, and kind of, you know, thinking it's working, and at the same time I'm like, is this working though? It's kind of crazy. Is this the right layer? Yes, it is. See, look at all these layers. Who does this? Too many layers. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I think if it was just one base that I was working on today, it'd be an excellent amount of time, and I would be able to give it all of the attention. But yeah, I kind of think I bit off a bit more than I should have by being like, I can do 2 of these in a day, and they're ridiculously complicated, and I don't really know what I'm trying to accomplish with these. Like, it's one thing if it's like the bacon base or something where, you know, I'm just kind of rendering out something that I can kind of like have some, I guess, reference to or something like that. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm trying to make. But that's also the reason why you get to be a part of these journeys, is because I can then blame you a lot for kind of like having these ridiculous designs that are just, who knows what the artist was trying to accomplish. It was definitely all of you trying to make it into the mess that it is. I actually had I did a trap skin for Halloween that I had a nice time working on. I did spend a good amount of time on it, but it was kind of like one of those where you just do a kind of a piece from reference material. So like I had some kind of like pumpkins and vines and gourds and stuff like that, and it was quite lovely. So I hope you guys enjoy it when you get to see that, because it was quite peaceful and fun to work on, and I like doing that. All right, so I think I have these lights here, and just to kind of like give them a little more oomph, I'm gonna give an overlay with those colors, and let's see, maybe not an overlay. But just giving these a bit of a glow will obviously help them look like light, right? They're casting out light. Kind of looks nice, right? This red is very dark, though. It's not as nice. Looks like it's kind of a shadow coming out of it. It's weird. So maybe I need to use lighten or screen. Okay. One way to do this would actually be that. And then just kind of softening the edge. So not using a special layer property, but just kind of utilizing that color, just having it bleed out into other things. And then honestly, I have a lot of these kind of angles on things that can catch light in nice ways. And if I just kind of play off of that, it should let me kind of show the glow from these a bit better. So let's see, for example, if I can find what layer would be appropriate for this. That layer is fine. I could take a bit of this red and just kind of catch that edge with it. Right? You can see that kind of reflecting in that surface now. With this kind of bolt here, maybe it does stick up a little and it catches some of that blue, or this hatch here. Maybe it doesn't make the most sense for it to kind of reflect right there, but kind of giving it just a hint of that color might work. This one, I guess we could give it a little here. I don't know if it works the best because it's pretty far away, but why not? May not be correct, but it looks kind of nicer when you do that, so we'll go with it. I think these bolts here actually give it a little bit of kind of just dimension by kind of casting a little shadow. And I could have these sunken in, and that might actually work better, to be honest. In which case I'd have to tweak that blue. But I think I'll actually have them sunken in. Now, if there was a bit of blue catching, it would be on the far side of it. But it's probably unlikely that it would have any of that, but I'm doing it anyways. All right. That is the right layer. I don't need to darken that. Oh, all right. That's not too far from where it might need to be. You know, it's kind of. This little edge catching light here. Same here, right? Because these are facing up towards the sky. And then, actually want to get this color here, this color here. That's better. Somewhere in between those two. There we go. So it looks like it's kind of cut in, and you see that sinking into there. These lights actually want to where is this? Here? Yeah. Kind of create this concave shape here. Okay, and then we turn the lights back on. And it doesn't matter because they wash out everything. Never mind. Not gonna do anything. Not that you'd see it at the zoom level. I would have this rendered out at anyways. So I was just gonna add like a little bit of kind of dimension behind the lights to kind of have them kind of like sticking forward a bit, but they already kind of like overwhelm everything around it that it'd be impossible to see that anyway. So. See what happens if I just ever so slightly erase that glow. Might not be worth it. Although maybe if I catch a little bit of that glow on these edges, that's nice. Maybe? I don't know, that's a bit unnecessary perhaps. Although it kind of makes me think of what the thief face has going with the eyes, right? Kind of has those reflections in the same manner. So if I tone that down, maybe it kind of emulates it nicely. I'll just blend this so that it's not weird, kind of. I don't hate that. I'll accept it. Also because I might have fiddled with it so long that the history states are gone, because that does happen. Okay, so I don't think these tire tracks are very clear. That might be a problem. Yeah, I think there's things that I would change on this, but we are at 5:30-ish, and I think I should probably call it. I don't think I have, like, I know that we have a start date for Halloween, but I don't know if I know it well enough to say. So, I guess just kind of keep an ear out for it from other sources. Okay. I'm going to do that. And there's nothing you can do about it. Those angles are bad. also want to get very kind of like deep, kind of deep shadows to kind of show how kind of like how deep those crevices go. My brain is shutting down. I've been streaming too long. So much for a short stream, huh? Okay, well, in that case, I'll probably want to like look at these and tune them up on Monday anyways. That's kind of what I do after a good long day of streaming. Oops. So we'll do that. And hopefully it is looking good to you. You know me, I can just keep going even though I'm not supposed to. I do think I should probably post this to my page though, because I think there's some fun stuff and I wouldn't mind getting extra feedback from the community. And then share that Larry link around there. Come on. It's too many layers, you guys. Honestly, I think I would have had an easier time if I merged the layers a bit sooner. And I haven't even merged them yet, so much for being sooner than at all. There's just so many layers, you guys. All right. Kind of has a bit of a like old school game console feel, which I like. Just a hint of it. Alright. Oh. Alright, let's take a look at the thief base. Got the heist. I don't have kind of like those treads in the ground. I'll try to remember to include those. And the thief, it's not terrible. I don't think it would take too much to kind of like actually bring it where it needs to be. The problem is I know exactly what to do for that. And it's not a lot of work, so I could just do that right now. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Turn off the sketch for a second. This one overlaps here. But basically, I'm just kind of making these overlap in the ways that would make the most sense. So that's kind of nice. There would be kind of some wrinkles and highlights across it. I think maybe they're kind of floating a bit, a little bit too much. I would potentially play with this sideband thing. I don't think it's working anymore. It used to be connected to that down there. I would maybe just change this to be these metal kind of plates on the sides. That might be better for it. So let me just grab this and toss it on over here instead. Cover that up. And then have that covered by the leather. That works. I'll tweak that when I need to. This. Is this layer? Yeah. This layer, I'll figure you out. You're not what I want anymore. Get out of here. Cool. We'll figure that out. Yeah, I kind of like that better now. Okay, in which case, yeah, maybe I'll mess around with the leather detail up here. We could have a lot of fun, add some nice kind of interesting elements to it. The sketch layer, I'll probably want to have this on for the posting to my page. Might help let people see what the heck I was trying to go for with this. So let's get that ready then. Let's see, I should just put this, actually cancel. Why don't I just do the simple way? I'll just duplicate this right now. I do the original and slide and slide it up. There we go. Cool. All right. So now I can put this and upload it to my art page, and then we can actually be free. Right. Put it in the correct folder. Save. Yeah, there's clearly no correlation between the two designs. I probably should have tried, but I didn't. I didn't even think of doing that when I started it, unfortunately. So it just transforms aggressively. All right, let's see, social media, art page. All right. Posting here is so weird now. Looks so strange. Photos. Where even are the photos? There we go. MouseHunt album. Add photo. Upload photo. Find where it is. There it is. All right, description. All right, so let me just get that Larry link in there as well. Copy link. Paste. Okay, I think that's good. Post. All right. Have I hidden my initials on any MouseHunt artwork? I have. There's the runic base, I think it is, that has it. I also have a smiley face on that one. So I had a silly time. I believe that one was a Feedback Friday, and that's why I did it. Yeah, that is. I'm looking at it right now. It was actually on one of my art posts from here. There's ones from October 2011, some Halloween drawings I did that ended up being on top of that base. So if you look through my MouseHunt album on my art page, you'll find it. But a lot of you probably already own that base, to be honest. So let's see. I don't know why it never shows me my most recent post that I just did now. It's kind of odd. All right, here we go. Let me see if this worked. Boop. Try that. It's not the runic base. I'm just linking to my post and then see if that worked. Okay, but I'll give it a save, even though I moved that layer up there. Ended up going longer than I expected. That's honestly not actually a surprise. That's how these things tend to go. But I hope you guys enjoyed yourselves. Again, as always, greatly appreciate the company and being a part of like, oh, how should this look? I had kind of like been tasked up with this earlier in the week, and it was not going as great as I feedback Friday. We actually got a feel come Monday though, but I don't think it'll take long to kind of tune it to where I would like and enjoy the piece. So again, as always, thank you so much. I need to close the stream in the least awkward way I know how, which is always very awkward. Yeah. As always, take care, stay safe, happy hunting, and I'll see you guys again soon. So until then, all right, bye for now. Bye.